Chapter 2237. In the process of refining pills, the difficulty would multiply with every increase in refinement. The refinement required precise control of the flame, and the effort required was far greater than the previous refinement. When the difficulty accumulated to a certain level, the alchemist would be unable to continue. Hence, ordinary cultivators could easily determine the rank of an alchemist based on the number of refinements they could make. When it came to medicinal pills, this would be reflected in the number of pill inscriptions. With every increase in refinement, the number of pill inscriptions would increase by 1. This did not mean that one's cultivation could support such exhaustion. This was just a prerequisite. The higher the refinement, the more difficult it was to control the flame. If one got distracted or made a mistake with the flame, they would end up with a cauldron of slag. Yang Chen was no longer refining pills for the sake of increasing the number of refinement. To Yang Chen, every refinement was a small breakthrough in his alchemy Tao, a small accumulation of experience in the alchemy Tao. When one's cultivation realm was different, the nature of things would be different. The closer one was to the essence. Right now, Yang Chen basically had such a cultivation realm. Every time he refined a medicinal pill, he would be able to advance to a higher-ranked alchemist. When this foundation was firm and thick enough, Yang Chen would naturally be able to advance to another level. This was something that Yang Chen had never comprehended in his previous life. This also clearly indicated that Yang Chen's current alchemy realm had already surpassed that of his previous life. The increase in control also meant that the time required to refine pills decreased. When Yang Chen executed the pill withdrawal technique and stood up, Ao Lan, who had been watching from the side, was startled. He failed. How can this be? Yang Chen put away the entire cauldron of virtuous body tempering pills. Without even looking at them, he placed them in a jade bottle and handed it to Ao Lan. Ao Lan quickly opened the bottle and took out the virtuous body tempering pills to check. This time, Yang Chen had refined more than 30 virtuous body tempering pills for the fire dragon. The fire dragon's body was huge, so it definitely needed a lot of pills. Also, if the fire dragon wanted all 5 elements, it would need even more pills. The 30 physique tempering pills cost Yang Chen almost 1 Ganges River sand, 10 to the power of 52, worth of merit points. Even though it was just a simple body tempering pill, the number of pill refinement masters in the immortal world who could concoct such pills could be counted on one's fingers. Those who were capable did not have Yang Chen's merit, and those who had merit might not necessarily know how to concoct pills. One had to know that this was much easier than using old demon Yi's demonic technique to raise his acquired 5 element. Each pill had a neat and tidy 8 pill veins, but this time the pill veins were not dragon-shaped pill veins. Ao Lan did not mind. Yang Chen passed the profound spirit furnace to his disciple. Emochuanmei's pill furnace should not have dragon-shaped pill patterns. However, wasn't this speed a little too fast? Ao Lan checked the medicinal pills one by one, counting the pill veins one by one. Only then did she carefully put away all the physique tempering pills. It was not that she did not believe in Yang Chen. It was just that these medicinal pills were used for her beloved. She could not afford to be careless, lest it led to irreversible consequences. Concern led to chaos. This was not just something that happened to human cultivators. It was the same even for the royal members of the dragon race. This point was displayed vividly from Ao Lan's action of checking the medicinal pills. Yang Chen did not blame Ao Lan for being so serious. As he said, the existence of the pill veins was to increase the confidence of the consumer. Wasn't Ao Lan's careful counting of the pill veins the best interpretation of his principle? The body-harmonizing pill was a medicinal pill specially used by the dragon race. According to Ao Lan, she wanted Yang Chen to start refining it immediately. However, Yang Chen rejected this request. Instead, he intended to refine a few cauldrons of 7th and 8th Revolution Lingji Jade Dew pills first. I am already refining such a difficult medicinal pill right off the bat. I am not familiar with many of the techniques and fire control required for refining high-grade medicinal pills. It is better to use low-grade medicinal pills to practice first and familiarize myself with them before refining them in one go. Yang Chun had his own reasons. However, at this moment, he had to explain things to Aolan. Otherwise, she would misunderstand that he was not willing to refine medicinal pills or that he was making things difficult for her. Aolan accepted Yang Chen's explanation because it made sense. Yang Chen was also thinking for Aolan's sake. He had not prepared many of the original herbs for the body-harmonizing pill. If he failed a few times, he would have to start searching again. Yang Chen also had his own considerations. After all, refining an 8th revolution medicinal pill surpassed the standards of his previous life. Yang Chen did not have much experience in this area. This was not like refining a 6th revolution medicinal pill or a 7th revolution medicinal pill. In his previous life, Xiao Chun had a lot of experience with this. Whether it was for his own reputation or for the sake of the fire dragon who was taking the medicinal pill, he should be cautious. Lingji Jade pill was the most medicinal pill that Yang Chen had refined. From the 1st revolution to the 7th revolution, Yang Chen could now close his eyes and turn off his spiritual sense. However, Yang Chen still meticulously and carefully refined it. He felt the subtle differences in the fire control in each refining. Sometimes, he would even deliberately adjust the fire control within the permitted range of the refining, so that he could get different medicinal pills to compare the effects. When it came to the 8th revolution medicinal pill, Yang Chen was even more careful. He was fully focused and did not dare to relax. This time, he did not use the merit chapter to support him, nor did he use the profound spirit furnace, which had a bonus effect. It was completely his own pure alchemy level. Only in such a refining method could he find and solve the problem. Sure enough, without the merit chapter to support him, the success rate of the alchemy was much lower. This was the first time that Yang Chen had refined an 8th revolution medicinal pill in a real sense. The raw materials of 100 Lingji Jade pills. When he finally collected the medicinal pills, Yang Chen got more than a dozen complete Lingji Jade pills. The others all turned into slag. Aolan did not know the reason. Seeing that Yang Chen's success rate in refining the Lingji mushroom Jade pill was so low, she did not dare to urge him to refine the fusing embryo pill. It was better to let Yang Chen refine the Lingji mushroom Jade pill first. When he refined again, the success rate increased a lot. There were more than 30 pills, which almost doubled. However, there was only a little more than 30% success rate. Yang Chen was still very dissatisfied and immediately prepared the materials to refine again. A long time ago, Yang Chen discovered that these simple basic medicinal pills were actually not simple. Each of them was the most simplified and easiest to refine after many years of tempering by the predecessors. It was also the most cost-effective pill formula. However, the things behind the pill formula were worth careful consideration. Why did these medicinal materials were used? Why did they use this ratio? When he really reached the point where he knew how it was and why it was used, he had really learned something. Don't look at how Aolan was not satisfied with the success rate of Yang Chen refining the medicinal pill. However, Yang Chen himself was quite happy. The 2 refinements made him understand a lot of things. This was a harvest that he could not get even when refining the most difficult profound marrow pill in the past. Chapter 2238. Refining 2 batches of Lingji mushroom Jade pills already gave Yang Chen sufficient experience. When he came out of the furnace for the 3rd time, he produced more than 90 pills in one go. His success rate was above 90%. Aolan was already stupefied. Even though she knew that Yang Chen's pill refinement came from the Tao ancestor, when she saw such a rapid increase in success rate, she still had a look of disbelief on her face. Yang Chen did not continue refining the Lingji mushroom jade pill, nor did he start refining the embryo-fusing pill. Instead, he refined all the medicinal pills he learned before, starting with the simplest essence-nurturing pill and qi-nourishing pill, 3 batches of each. The first time, the success rate was extremely low. Aolan could not believe that this was Yang Chen's standard. However, there was a clear improvement in the second batch. By the third batch, Xiao Chen's success rate was above 90%. There was no exception for every medicinal pill, all of them were like this. The reason why Yang Chen dared to attempt refining medicinal pills at the 8th cycle was because of his breakthrough in cultivation. In the past 200 years, Yang Chen's cultivation had already reached late-stage heavenly immortal. If not for Aolan's own cultivation advancing by leaps and bounds, she would not have believed that Xiao Chen could cultivate at such a crazy speed. Basically, by the time Yang Chen refined all the medicinal pills he knew, 100 years had already passed. In the past 100 years, Aolan had been waiting patiently. She did not complain about Yang Chen continuously refining the embryo-fusing pill. Aolan was very clear that this was Yang Chen's true responsible attitude. Otherwise, if he casually opened the furnace and used the embryo-fusing pill to test the 8th cycle, he would be a wastrel that would make Aolan cry in the Divine Dragon Palace. The success rate of every medicinal pill increased Aolan's confidence. To Yang Chen, this also meant that he had gained more experience in refining more medicinal herbs to the 8th cycle. All of this was the preparatory work before the concoction of the union pill. Sharpening the axe wouldn't delay the work of cutting firewood. Everyone understood this principle. Now, I finally understand why you have such a strong alchemy standard. When Yang Chen finally prepared to refine the embryo-fusing pill, Aolan sighed emotionally. It is not because you have the Tao ancestors' alchemy inheritance. Instead, it is because of your seriousness and focus. Big sister praises me too much. Yang Chen smiled and said humbly. Just as he was about to say something, he opened his eyes wide, revealing an expression of disbelief. The dragon race royal big sister Aolan, who had never been willing to change her form and had always maintained her dragon race form, was currently turning herself into a charming woman. Having just completed the transformation, he seemed to be very unused to this form. He kept moving his body about, and it took a while before he slowly became more natural. Aolan of dragon. Yang Chen opened his mouth wide. His flabbergasted expression caused Aolan to smile sweetly. Then, she casually posed in a very seductive posture as she asked Yang Chen. If Dragon Ao Chen had not heard the same voice, Ao, he would not believe what was Lan Yang Chen would dragon. Long ago, he would not would Lan. In the past, Yang Chen had not even dared to imagine that the proud dragon race would turn into a human. But this scene happened in front of his eyes, and Yang Chen didn't even know why it happened. The dragon race has been proud for too long. Even we ourselves think that we are unrivaled in everything. Aolan gracefully walked over to a chair not far from Yang Chen. Then, she smiled and said, "Actually, that is not the case." It sounded like Aolan had comprehended something. However, Yang Chen was still immersed in shock, not daring to imagine it. Because of my alchemy? What a joke. In the past, when the Tao ancestor was around, not many dragon race members were convinced by the Tao ancestors' alchemy standards and turned themselves into humans. That's right. It is because of you. Aolan did not deny Yang Chen's influence. You let me see a true miracle. Your innate attributes of the 5 elements are not outstanding. However, you are able to do this. It is clear that one's background is not important. What is truly important is your perseverance, seriousness, and focus. The dragon race has been proud for too long. Aolan repeated this sentence again. It is because we thought that we were blessed by the heavens. However, when we think about it carefully, these things are the true shackles that bind us. They make us look down on the cultivators of the world, making us look down on everyone. In the past, Long Yuan and not long ago both made such mistakes. Since you have already realized your mistakes, you should change them immediately. There is always time. Aolan smiled. From today onwards, the dragon race's mistakes will be corrected. Do you think Big Sister is pretty now? Beautiful. Yang Chen nodded heavily, his tone filled with undeniable certainty. When a female asked if you were pretty enough, this was the only correct answer. There was no other answer. This was the truth that Yang Chen thoroughly understood and insisted on implementing from the time when Madame Bai regarded the heart of a beauty as more important than the sky. The news of Aolan changing into human form quickly spread throughout the Dragon Palace and the Mountain River geographical map. After that, Yang Chen's wives and concubines, Madame Bai's group, Big Brother Li Qing, Lin Jingyuan, and Aolai quickly appeared in the Dragon Palace. When everyone saw Aolan's current appearance, their faces filled with shock. Aolai, you should change as well. You are the only one here who looks abnormal. Aolan was very friendly to the others. She only used a commanding tone with Aolai. However, this time she was not particularly cruel. Instead, she explained to Aolai the principle that she had just comprehended. At the same time, she also explained to everyone why she did what she did. Aolai had already been beaten into submission by Yang Chen long ago. However, Aolan had been suppressing him, so he did not dare to disobey. Now that Aolan had changed like this, naturally, Aolai followed suit. He quickly turned into a strong and handsome youth. Yang Chen's wives and concubines rushed forward and surrounded Aolan. Then, they started talking about women. In the past, when Aolan was in dragon form, it was impossible for her to talk about such things. Now that she had become a great beauty, naturally, they had many common topics to talk about. Lin Jingyuan also hit it off with Aolai. Soon, he brought out a large pile of meat and wine from the Dragon Palace. He ate and drank to his heart's content, feeling extremely happy. These stubborn fellows actually have a day where they become enlightened. How rare! Big Brother Li Qing slowly walked over to Yang Chen. He also had a trace of astonishment on his face. After Big Brother Li Qing sighed, he asked Yang Chen, "You started refining pills 100 years ago. How is it going?" Without saying anything, Yang Chen showed Big Brother Li Qing all the pills he had refined from the start to now, asking him to comment on them. "What do you think?" After Big Brother Li Qing looked through them one by one, he did not comment on them. Instead, he asked Xiao Chen a question. "Nothing much. Success comes naturally when the conditions are right." Yang Chen thought for a while before replying, "Actually, everything is the same. It is just a process where the conditions are right." Chapter 2239. Yang Chen had just learned the phrase, "When the conditions are right, success will come when the conditions are right." It was also comprehended from the process of alchemy, but the direction was different from Aolan's. These words were suitable for alchemy. Yang Chen started from the foundation of alchemy, persisted step by step, and finally had enough foundation to successfully become a rank 8 alchemist. This was a typical process of success when the conditions were right. It was the same for cultivation. Regardless of whether Yang Chen raised his acquired attributes, cultivated the great yin-yang 5 elemental art, or merged the golden body art, they were all accumulating water. When the water was right, the canal would naturally form. Similarly, it was the same for dealing with the profound heaven sect. The Taishaman of the mortal world took the wrong steps and finally became the public enemy of the world. Similarly, when the water accumulated to a certain point, the Taishaman would be exterminated. Now, the profound heaven sect in the spiritual realm was also accumulating water. With the tacit cooperation between Yang Chen and Yang Lan, the profound heaven sect was being isolated and viewed as an enemy by the other major sect. The Zhao clan was also watching from the side. Once these accumulations reached a certain point, the profound heaven sect would be exterminated. All right. Big Brother Li Qing nodded, seemingly approving of Yang Chen's comprehension. Then, I will wait for the day when the demonic realm and Yao realm are dealt with. Although Big Brother Li Cheng's words were simple, it meant that Yang Chen's comprehension was not wrong, or rather, there was no deviation. Getting Big Brother Li Cheng to nod was much more difficult than killing a few Xian Immortal experts. Speaking of this, Ying's accumulation is about the same. While Yang Chen and Big Brother Li Cheng were talking about this, he suddenly thought of Zhou Xianying. Continuing to cultivate in this state will not be of much benefit to Ying. Let her truly start cultivating. Indeed, it's about time. Big Brother Li Cheng still nodded in agreement. The two of them did not speak much, but the surrounding women heard it. However, they did not understand what their husband and Big Brother Li Cheng were talking about. What did it have to do with Ying? Zhou Xianying was even more confused. She did not understand what her husband meant. How could she not know what kind of state she was in? Since Yang Chen and Li Cheng talked about Zhou Xianying, the women stopped talking about women and turned their attention to Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying. Husband, I don't understand. Zhou Xianying was no longer the grumpy Granny Tian Qin. She thought that she had been reborn, but she didn't think that her current state was still not right in her husband's eyes. It's not your problem. Yang Chen smiled and comforted her. He reached out and held her soft hand in his hand. He asked softly, do you remember what I told you in the past? When you are in danger, you have to use your spiritual awareness to make a few secret arts. After Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying got married, Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying talked about this problem. At that time, Zhou Xianying also knew those few incantations. They were deeply buried in her memory, as if she had known them since she was born. It was just that Zhou Xianying had never encountered any life or death battles all these years, so she never had the chance to use these incantations. She had long forgotten about these things. Now that Yang Chen suddenly mentioned it, what did he mean? Your cultivation base is sealed. Yang Chen explained aloud. Those few spiritual awareness secret arts are the keys to unlock your spiritual awareness seal. With this explanation, Zhou Xianying immediately understood. The women also understood the reason, and all came to a sudden realization. The longer you cultivate in a sealed state, the more solid your foundation will be. Yang Chen then explained, but now that you have cultivated to this stage, there is no need to suppress it so strongly. Zhou Xianying was the strongest among Yang Chen's wives and concubines. Before entering the Valley of No Return, she was already a peak heaven immortal. After hundreds of years of using heavenly yuan pills to cultivate, she had already reached the third stage of Xian immortal. Even in the spiritual realm, Zhou Xianying could be said to be one of the few experts. But such a cultivation realm was actually in a sealed state in Yang Chen's eyes. Everyone couldn't help but be a little curious. If Zhou Xianying really unlocked the seal, what realm would she be in? I can unlock it? Zhou Xianying was really used to living in the spiritual realm and cultivating with this kind of cultivation. She never thought that she would be in such a situation. Hearing Yang Chen's words, she even felt that it was unreal and asked doubtfully. Of course. Yang Chen smiled and encouraged her. When have you ever been wrong? What's more, Brother Li Cheng also said so. Everyone was almost certain that Brother Li Cheng was the disciple of the Tao ancestor who had obtained the inheritance of the Tao ancestor. His knowledge and his words were naturally like golden rules. Zhou Xianying's heart immediately calmed down after hearing Yang Chen's words. Yang Chen gestured for everyone to keep a distance, then gave Zhou Xianying an encouraging smile and let her act according to the law. Under everyone's gaze, Zhou Xianying stood in the central square of the Dragon Palace. She took a few deep breaths and began to construct the spiritual art in her sea of consciousness. Boom! Zhou Xianying's body seemed to suddenly explode like a huge bomb, and the spreading airwaves pushed the spiritual power in the Dragon Palace far away. Everyone seemed to be able to feel that there seemed to be an invisible shackle on Zhou Xianying's body that was shattering, and then a strong aura came from Zhou Xianying's original position. The spiritual power that was just pushed away seemed to be attracted by a strong force at this moment, and frantically rushed towards the central area. In the tranquil Dragon Palace, a spiritual energy hurricane was formed. An aura of complete freedom was emitted from Zhou Xianying's body, and everyone inexplicably felt a sense of relief in their hearts that the pressure was dispelled. After a while, the spiritual power hurricane slowly calmed down, and everyone saw the changes in Zhou Xianying in the center. It seemed that Zhou Xianying was still the beautiful Zhou Xianying, and there was no change in her appearance. However, her temperament and cultivation were completely different from before. In just a short while, Zhou Xianying had become a peak Xian immortal cultivator. This was not the kind of Xian immortal that stayed in the spiritual realm and did not ascend, but a true Xian immortal cultivator that was sent down after transcending the heavenly immortal tribulation. In other words, this was Zhou Xianying's true cultivation when she was sent down to the spiritual realm. Thinking about it, it was normal. A true peak Xian immortal cultivator could do whatever they wanted in the spiritual realm. Even an intermediate golden immortal expert like Aolan might not be defeated if they encountered one. The possibility of them being evenly matched was at least 50-50. Of course, with Lin Jingyuan around, it seemed that Zhou Xianying's cultivation was not enough. Zhou Xianying's eyes seemed to be clearer, and from the expression on her face, she seemed to have recalled a lot of things. Chapter 2240. She had just broken the seal. Whether it was regaining her memories or digesting all these years of experience, it would take some time. Everyone understood and didn't disturb Zhou Xianying. They just watched and felt happy for her. After a long while, Zhou Xianying let out a long sigh. A smile blossomed on her face. She turned to Yang Chen and slowly walked over with a smile. "Husband, I've remembered everything." Zhou Xianying was a woman who followed traditional etiquette. She always called herself a concubine in front of Yang Chen. This time was no exception. Although Sir Tai Shan's arrangements weren't perfect, he did it for your own good. Yang Chen smiled and nodded at Zhou Xianying. He then began to speak up for his father-in-law. Back then, Zhou Xianying had never understood why she had been sealed into such an ugly monster. She had always been brooding over it, and with no way to vent it, she had become the cynical Granny Tian Qin. If she hadn't met Yang Chen, she would have remained in that state until she ascended. Yang Chen had done many things in the past. At that time, Zhou Xianying already understood her father's painstaking efforts. After marrying Yang Chen, her life had been very happy, so she didn't have too many grudges. Now that she had regained all her memories, even the last bit of resentment was gone. "I understand," Zhou Xianying replied gently and allowed Yang Chen to hold her in his arms. She no longer had any resentment. As long as she was by her husband's side, she was filled with happiness. This scene made Madame Bai very envious. She interrupted Yang Chen and Zhou Xianying and asked loudly, "How do you undo this seal? Help me undo it too." Yang Chen was stunned. He turned to look at Brother Li Cheng. Brother Li Cheng had the same expression. "Madam, this is good enough. Why do you have to do this?" Yang Chen smiled and said to Madame Bai, Ying's cultivation is about to catch up to her original cultivation. That's why she undid the seal. "Madam, the time isn't right yet." "I'm afraid it's not right. I don't need you to undo the cultivation seal." Madame Bai seemed to be very confident in her cultivation. She did not care about this at all. She just said, "I just want to unlock that person's memory seal. I want him to remember who he is." As Madame Bai's voice grew softer and softer, Yang Chen's heart trembled. Only the women around him were touched. Even though Madame Bai had forgotten who that person was, she did not forget her tender feelings for that person. Everyone noticed that whenever she talked about that person, she would always use that kind of loving tone. One could imagine the depth of her feelings. Sometimes, Yang Chen really didn't understand what Ancestor Lu was thinking. He sent Madame Bai to the spirit realm to protect her, but why did he seal her memories? Even Big Brother Li Cheng, who had never been close to women, could not bear to see Madame Bai like this. But on the other hand, Yang Chen could understand Ancestor Lu's actions. There was probably only one reason for him to do this, and that was Madame Bai's safety. If he didn't seal Madame Bai's memories, Madame Bai would probably know what Ancestor Lu wanted to do and what kind of danger he would face. How could she, who was in the spirit realm, be at ease? She would definitely ascend and chase after him. To put it bluntly, Madame Bai missed Ancestor Lu because she was deeply in love. But Ancestor Lu sealed Madame Bai's memories for the same reason. Both of them were very emotional, and that was what made people sigh. Madame Ying already knew the method to undo the seal. Yang Chen could not undo Madame Bai's seal. He didn't have the ability to do so, but he didn't want Madame Bai to be even sadder. He could only explain in a roundabout way. Back then, Ying's father was afraid that she would be in danger, so she would undo the seal whenever she was in danger. But Madame's sealed disciple was really helpless. Madame Bai now understood the principle behind Zhou Xianying's seal, so she was also racking her brains to see if there was a similar technique in her memory that she had to use in a life-and-death situation. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, she couldn't find anything related to it. Sigh. I don't know when I can see him again. Madame Bai had no other choice but to sigh bitterly and slowly return to her bedroom in the Dragon Palace. Because of Madame Bai's actions, all the women were a little depressed. They were all women, so they naturally understood the feeling of longing. But no one could do anything, and no one could help. Zhou Xianying needed to cultivate in seclusion for a while, so everyone returned to their rooms in the Dragon Palace after chatting for a while. The women also returned to the Devil Realm to train and cultivate. Big Brother, do you have a way to deal with Madame Bai? Yang Chen found an opportunity to secretly ask Big Brother Li Cheng. It doesn't matter if I have a way or not. Li Cheng sighed and asked, even if I have a way, would you dare to use it? This question stumped Yang Chen. From his previous life's memories, Ancestor Lu had not appeared until his rebirth. That was to say, even if he had a way to restore Madame Bai's memories of Ancestor Lu, Madame Bai would not be able to see Ancestor Lu for the next few thousand years. However, Madame Bai, who was worried about Ancestor Lu, would definitely ascend to the Immortal Realm and be embroiled in all sorts of unknown dangers. This was the opposite of Ancestor Lu's original intentions. Even if he had a way, whether it was for Madame Bai's safety or for Ancestor Lu's arrangements, Yang Chen did not dare to undo Madame Bai's seal, much less tell her the truth. Thus, Yang Chen's question was a meaningless question. Since Ancestor Lu made such arrangements, he would definitely have a backup plan. Yang Chen just had to do his best to protect Madame Bai. As for the rest, it was better not to do anything unnecessary. The Dragon Palace regained its peace, and everyone busied themselves. Yang Chen also intended to start refining the embryo merging pill. However, the strange thing was that when he practiced refining other pills, Aolan stayed by Yang Chen's side and watched. However, when it came to refining the most important embryo merging pill, Aolan seemed to be afraid to face it. It was as if she was afraid of bearing the consequences of failure. She was also afraid that she would not be able to bear the pressure on Yang Chen, causing him to make mistakes. She actually took the initiative to leave. Of course, Aolan did not do nothing. She rushed back to Chunyang Palace, intending to bring Yang Chen's disciple, Mo Chunmei, here. The last remaining dragon spirit of the fire dragon was in the profound spirit furnace. If she wanted to revive, she needed to destroy this dragon spirit. It was impossible to do it without the profound spirit furnace in her hands, so she had to bring the profound spirit furnace over. In addition, the artifact spirit of the profound spirit furnace disappeared for no reason. Aolan had to find a new artifact spirit for the profound spirit furnace. He believed that by the time she came back, the embryo merging pill would have already been refined. Chapter 2241. It was very difficult for human cultivators to refine the embryo fusing pill used by the dragon race. Not to mention other things, just the ingredients alone were enough to kill. For the embryo fusing pill used by the dragon race, it was best to use items from the body of the dragon. Furthermore, it had to be of the same attribute. However, this was not difficult for Yang Chen. Be it the original body of the dragon or the new body, he could obtain sufficient ingredients at any time. After dealing with the ingredients, it was time for the refining method and grade. The body of the dragon race was huge, much larger than that of humans. Hence, the number of medicinal pills required was not small. Yang Chen even needed to accurately calculate how many medicinal materials were needed to refine the fusing embryo pill according to the current body weight of the dragon puppet and the original cultivation base of the fire dragon plus the strength of his spiritual awareness after his rebirth to accurately calculate how many medicinal materials were needed for the fusing embryo pill. When necessary, he even had to consider the influence of the purple sun dragon fire, the life flame of the dragon puppet. During the preparation, Xiao Qin first refined an extremely accurate giant scale. He weighed the weight of the dragon puppet to the exact unit of 2. If it were in the past, Xiao Qin would definitely refine a small medicinal pill and consume many of them. At most, the difference would be within 1 medicinal pill. This was nothing to the huge body of the dragon puppet. However, now Yang Chen was no longer the alchemist of the past. In that case, he had to pursue a different level of perfection. With just 1 embryo fusing pill, Xiao Qin would be able to perfectly possess the dragon puppet, leaving no flaws. When Mo Chunmei rushed over, Yang Chen was in the midst of calculating all this. Aolan had not only brought Mo Chunmei but also Hana Mengyu. There were sufficient medicinal ingredients in her herb garden for Yang Chen to choose the best. When Mo Chunmei rushed over, she still did not know what Yang Chen was going to refine. Now that she saw her master, she naturally had to ask for guidance. Yang Chen also had the intention to nurture her. He explained the medicinal pill recipe and how he planned to refine it in detail to Mo Chunmei and Hana Mengyu. When the 2 women heard that Yang Chen was actually going to refine an 8-revolution pill, they were completely stunned. Mo Chunmei's first reaction was that Yang Chen wanted to use the power of the profound spirit furnace to refine it. Otherwise, the alchemist master of the spiritual world refining the 8th-grade medicinal pill sounded a bit fantastical. Looking at Mo Chunmei, who couldn't wait to take out the profound spirit furnace for himself, Yang Chen smiled and threw Mo Chunmei a bottle of the 8th-grade Lingji mushroom jade pill that he had refined and let her share it with Hana Mengyu. Mo Chunmei opened the jade bottle doubtfully. When she saw the pill inside, she was immediately stunned. Hana Mengyu was puzzled. She stepped forward to take a look and was stunned as well. The 2 women stood there in a daze, unable to say a word for a long time. "Master!" Mo Chunmei called out after a long time, her voice filled with indescribable shock. The profound spirit furnace had always been in her hands, but her master could take out this bottle of Lingji mushroom jade pill. How was this possible? Mo Chunmei was also a master of alchemy. Now she had only ascended for a few hundred years and she was already a proper 5th-grade alchemist master. She asked herself that with the profound spirit furnace, she would definitely be able to enter the 6th grade after a period of time. She didn't expect her master to be faster than her. Now she has surpassed the limits of the spiritual world and became an 8th-grade alchemist master. The problem was that all the cultivators in the spiritual world now thought that Yang Chen was just a 6th-grade alchemist master. Even Mo Chunmei was so shocked. She didn't know how incredible it would be for the cultivators outside to know it. You must know that before Yang Chen announced his retreat, the Profound Heaven sect was still looking for 8-grade medicinal pills all over the world. But now, the bottle of dozens of pills that her master threw over were all 8-grade medicinal pills. The Profound Heaven sect spent a lot of money to get Yang Chen's combination medicinal pills. If they knew the current level of Yang Chen, they didn't know if they would go crazy. When she thought that she could see her master open the furnace to refine the 8-grade fusion embryo pill, Mo Chunmei was full of expectation. Not to mention Mo Chunmei, the alchemist master, was like this. Even Hannah Mengyu, a disciple who was not an alchemist master, was like this. One could imagine the expectations of the 8th-grade alchemist master. Aolan still seemed to be a little unable to face Yang Chen directly. When he was refining the fusion embryo pill, he stayed in the Dragon Palace with the profound spirit furnace alone, feeling the last breath left by the rebirth of the fire dragon. With the help and observation of his 2 apprentices, Yang Chen finally began the refining of the fusion embryo pill. In order to maximize the success of the rebirth of the fire dragon, Yang Chen also used the scales and flesh of Aolai's body and the scales and flesh of the dragon puppet's body in addition to using the merit chapter to escort him. The fire used in the refining was the original life source of the fire dragon, the purple sun dragon fire. Mo Chunmei stared at Yang Chen's movements and techniques intently. Although Yang Chen had explained all the steps to Mo Chunmei in detail before refining, when she really saw her master's hands, Mo Chunmei couldn't help but let out a burst of speechless admiration. The master's control of timing, the accuracy of the materials, the steadiness of the technique, and the grasp of the fire were simply amazing. Mo Chunmei was also a very high-level alchemist master, but she had never seen such a refining technique. In particular, the control of the fire seed simply made Mo Chunmei admire him. Mo Chunmei really came into contact with thousands of fire seeds after she got the profound spirit furnace passed down by Yang Chen. During this time, it took her most of the time to familiarize herself with the various fire properties. Because of this, she knew better than anyone how great it was to master all kinds of fire seeds. She had to rely on the profound spirit furnace to barely do this, but Yang Chen did not need it at all. The fire seed that was revealed must be the most suitable fire seed, as if all the fire seeds in the world were on her master's body. Sometimes Mo Chunmei had to sigh that the gap between her and her master seemed to be getting bigger and bigger. It was simply a moat. Although Yang Chen explained the process in detail, there were many things in it that were not explained thoroughly. Some things, if they were not realized by themselves, they would not be understood by themselves, and even the actual operation would not be really understood. Yang Chen did not want to lead to the destruction of the famous alchemist master Mo Chunmei in his previous life because of his own indoctrination. Hannah Mengyu was not an alchemist master, and Yang Chen's guidance to her was also somewhat different. He told Hannah Mengyu how many differences there were in the efficacy of each part of each medicinal material, and how different the years were. In short, let Hannah Mengyu cultivate medicinal materials with consistent properties as much as possible. The alchemist pursued the perfection of medicinal pills, and a master of cultivating medicinal materials like Hannah Mengyu should also pursue perfection in cultivation. Just this time, observing the alchemy process of their master, the 2 women had the harvest of being reborn. The 2 women stared at their master's movements while thinking about the reason why their master did this in their minds, and they could not extricate themselves from it. Chapter 2242. The embryo fusing pill was very important. With Xiao Chen's full concentration, he managed to complete the first cycle without any mishap. This was also thanks to Yang Chen's experience in refining all sorts of foundational pills in the past 100 years. The dragon race's pill was extraordinarily difficult to refine. Furthermore, there were no more ingredients for Yang Chen to practice with. Unless Yang Chen could carve out a large piece of flesh from Aolai and the dragon puppet. However, even if Yang Chen could do such a thing, Aolan would definitely not allow him to do so. Successfully refining the first cycle actually meant that Xiao Qin had the experience to successfully refine the 8 revolutions embryo fusing pill. What Yang Chen needed to do was to use the experience from refining the first cycle to complete the remaining 7 cycles. This was Yang Chen challenging his limit. At the same time, it was also a process to raise his level of pill refinement. Even with the protection of the merit chapter, Yang Chen still completed the refinement very carefully. There was no helping it. The difficulty of refining the dragon race's pill was not small. It was even more difficult than refining the marrow accumulation pill. One embryo fusing pill took Yang Chen 50 years to refine. Yang Chen used at least a dozen spirit veins in the central plaza of the 5 Elements Dragon Palace. At the same time, he used at least several thousand kilograms of origin spiritual liquid and spirit crystals to complete it. When Yang Chen successfully collected the pill, Mo Chunmei and Hannah Mengyu saw a huge pill the size of 2 people hugging it. The pill inscriptions on it were as wide as a palm. There were 8 neatly arranged pill inscriptions on the pill, looking very round and perfect. However, the 2 girls did not feel like they were looking at a pill. This was clearly an incomparably huge ball. However, they had seen the entire process of refining the pill from start to finish. Be it the refining process or the medicinal qi after it came out, if they did not consider the size, this was indeed an 8-revolution pill. Aolan rushed over immediately. When she saw this incomparably huge pill, she was similarly speechless. However, she also knew that if she wanted to have a complete effect and distribute the medicinal effects to all parts of her body, she might really need such a large medicinal pill. In that case, are the body-tempering pills that you refined earlier enough? When Aolan saw this medicinal pill, she recalled the tens of body-tempering pills that Yang Chen refined at the start. That was a normal size. If it was calculated according to body size, it might not be enough. 2 different types of pills. Yang Chen expressed his meaning very directly. The body-refining pill is the body-refining pill, and the embryo-fusing pill is the embryo-fusing pill. Don't compare them. Yang Chen was an expert in this aspect. Aolan would definitely listen to Yang Chen's words now. Since Yang Chen said it was okay, then it must be okay. In fact, it was indeed so. The main effect of the physique-tempering pill was the merit that Yang Chen injected into it, not the size of the pill. As for the embryo-fusing pill, it was a medicinal pill that allowed the fire dragon's spiritual body and physical body to merge into one. Only then would it bring out the greatest medicinal effect of the herbs. After the embryo-fusing pill was refined, Gao Yu and the others rushed over when they heard the news. They all wanted to see how the dragon race was reborn and how strong a dragon race with all 5 elements was. Big sister, the medicinal pill is ready. When do you want to proceed? Yang Chen asked as he handed the embryo-fusing pill to Aolan. Aolan had to decide on all these. Yang Chen would not take the initiative to participate. Aolan hugged the profound spirit cauldron with a reluctant expression on her face. Finally, she seemed to have made a decision, and her expression turned resolute. Yang Chen, Long Quang was very proud in the past. His temper was also a little irascible. Aolan did not immediately start to revive the fire dragon. Instead, she explained to Yang Chen, hence, after he was injured, I sealed him in ice. I hope that he can remain calm during the long years of being sealed in ice. Clearly, Long Quang was the name of the fire dragon. Surnamed Long, not a member of the royal family of the dragon race. In that case, he was definitely the person that Aolan liked. However, what Aolan said was somewhat different from when Yang Chen discovered the fire dragon's physical body. Big sister, are you mistaken? Yang Chen quickly interrupted Aolan's big sister. When Aolai and I saw him, he no longer had any active consciousness. It seemed like a joke to expect a fellow without active consciousness to calm down and reflect on himself. However, Aolan did not have any intention of joking. She seemed to be immersed in her memories, not saying anything for a long time. As I said, he is a proud fellow. Aolan recalled for a while before continuing. At that time, his injuries were not fatal. However, I had no way to treat him. On one hand, I sealed him in ice to calm him down. On the other hand, I wanted to extend his life until I could find a way to treat him. Aolan emphasized once more that Long Quang was very proud. Yang Chen somewhat understood that there had to be a reason for this. However, he did not intend to interrupt Aolan's big sister. Telling her about it now was a form of relief and relaxation for her. It was very beneficial. However, his pride made him unable to endure this kind of waiting that was worse than death. Aolan's voice turned somewhat gloomy. Sometimes he would rather die than struggle at death's door. Everyone here was a cultivator. They could all understand the situation that Aolan was talking about. Not to mention the high and mighty dragon race, even if a cultivator were to suddenly become an ordinary person, some people might not be able to accept it, much less a half-dead person without any ability to move. When that time came, most cultivators would rather die. Of course, he knew that he would not die. He would be reborn. Aolan smiled bitterly. There was no need for further explanation. The effects of the dragon's soul fragrance were even stronger than the divine perching jade. There was no period of weakness. As a member of the dragon race, he naturally knew that he would not die. However, he gave me the time to decide his rebirth. Following that, Aolan's big sister answered. He took the initiative to erase his consciousness so that I could fully accept his pride before letting him be reborn. After saying all this, Aolan's big sister seemed to have put down a stone in her heart. She looked much more relaxed. Of course, everyone also understood the ins and outs of the situation. They could not help but sigh to themselves. There were love and hate conflicts among humans. The dragon race was no exception. Big sister, this fellow really does not know what's good for him. While the women sighed, Yang Chen directly gave a very unpleasant evaluation. For the princess of the dragon race to lower herself to take a fancy to a poor fellow is already a great blessing. Yet this fellow still dares to be so arrogant. In little brother's opinion, it is best that he changes his bad temper. Just as Aolan was about to explain, Yang Chen interrupted her. Big sister, I know that you are telling us all this so that we can be more tolerant of him after he is reborn. However, sometimes being too indulgent will harm him. Yang Chen did not stand on ceremony at all. He said in an old-fashioned manner, aside from Long Xian, it seems like the rest of the people with the surname Long all need to be taught a lesson. Chapter 2243. When Yang Chen said that everyone with the surname Long needed to be taught a lesson, he was not just talking about Long Quang. This included the 6 old fellows with the surname Long who came to the Dragon Palace to get used to the dragon coiling grass. It was just that they did not take the initiative to make a move back then. Instead, they pushed out that hothead Long Yuan. They only became obedient after seeing Lin Jingyuan, Li Qing, Shi Shanshan, and Yang Chen teach them a lesson. If Yang Chen had not suppressed those fellows back then, the Dragon Palace's geographical map and whatnot would have been taken back by those fellows. They would have used the pretense that the dragon race's treasures could not be left outside. They did not have any good intentions from the start. Now, there was another fellow who was so arrogant that he could not even tolerate big sister Aolan searching for a cure for him. He even said that he would leave the decision to big sister Aolan. Yang Chen's first impression of him was that he was very unhappy. How arrogant was big sister Aolan! She was the princess of the dragon race. She was one of the top experts in the spiritual realm. Yet, she was willing to compromise with a junior like Yang Chen. She even greeted Yang Chen's family like this before he reincarnated, afraid that he would cause Yang Chen and the others to be unhappy. One could imagine how arrogant that fellow was back then. Yang Chen did not know how big sister Aolan's eyes worked. Why did she choose such a fellow as her partner? However, love was hard to say. It was hard to guarantee that someone would fall in love with someone. Back then, Huolong's physical body cultivation was only at the peak of the heavenly immortal realm. To the people now, this cultivation realm was nothing. It was probably because of this that Big Sister Ao Lan greeted them in advance, afraid that they would harm Long Quang. Hearing Yang Chun say that everyone with the surname Long needed to be taught a lesson, Big Sister Ao Lan did not get angry. Perhaps she thought so in her heart. Big Sister, after so many years, you might have changed a lot after dying once. You don't have to take it to heart. Only Gao Yu could comfort Ao Lan like this. She addressed Ao Lan as Big Sister like Yang Chen. Although Xiao Chen saw that elder sister Ao Lan was usually aloof, he did not expect her to have such worries in her heart. It must have been hard on her for so many years. They were all women. Gao Yu and the others could understand Ao Lan's torment over the past few years. Seeing that his beloved was about to be resurrected, it was understandable that he would be a little nervous. The women also came forward, and after comforting him for a while, everyone slowly quietened down. Although that was what Ao Lan said, everyone understood that Ao Lan had not revived Long Quang for so many years before she met Yang Chen. She must be very familiar with Long Quang's character. Even if Long Quang was revived, he might not change much. That was why she had not made up her mind yet, slowly waiting for the right opportunity. Ao Lan also calmed down and prepared to revive Long Quang. The Murong sisters had also expected this day to come. After obtaining the heavenly Yuan pills, they no longer needed to rely on the dragon puppet, so they easily gave up on it. If necessary, wasn't there still a puppet that Elder Feng forged? That was a true golden immortal expert who had passed the tribulation, stronger than the dragon puppet. This was to revive Long Quang. Hence, the size of the dragon puppet could not be changed at will. It could only be released according to its original size. With this, the dragon palace could not be placed down. Everyone directly went to the Mountain River geographical map and placed the dragon puppet. Previously, the dragon puppet had been forcefully refined. To be safe, Yang Chen even got Xiao Tian to swallow up all the aura that did not belong to the dragon puppet. Right now, the dragon puppet was a pure white dragon. What should we do next? Ao Lan asked Yang Chen as she held the dragon soul incense containing Long Quang's life primordial spirit. Reviving Long Quang was very simple. They just had to erase the dragon's spirit in the profound spirit furnace. However, it was not that simple to possess the dragon puppet. Ao Lan had no experience in this aspect, so she could only consult Yang Chen. If we revive him directly, the dragon soul incense will immediately grow a new physical body. We cannot leave it here. Yang Chen explained to Ao Lan, we just need to revive his spiritual body and occupy the physical body of the dragon puppet. Big Sister, place this dragon soul incense into the dragon puppet's brain palace. Yang Chen was the absolute authority in this aspect. This included when to use the embryo merging pill. She needed Yang Chen's guidance. Place the embryo merging pill in the mouth of the dragon puppet, Yang Chen instructed. Now that the Murong sisters had completely given up on controlling the dragon puppet, Ao Lan had to do everything herself. Ao Lan did not find this kind of work tiring or troublesome, quickly completing it. Afraid that Long Quang would feel choked when he woke up, she specially chose a place in the huge mouth of the dragon puppet that would not cause him any discomfort. Big Sister, when Long Quang left his life primordial spirit, he was only a peak heavenly immortal. Now that he suddenly has a middle-stage golden immortal physical body, he will definitely feel uncomfortable. Yang Chen warned carefully, furthermore, it is not his own physical body. It might be very painful when he possesses it. So, Big Sister, you have to restrain him when necessary. Don't let him struggle too much. This was a serious matter, so Ao Lan nodded vigorously. As long as Xiao Chen could resurrect Long Quang and possess him, everything else was a small matter. Ao Lan handed over another large jade bottle. Inside it were the 108 Revolution Beneficent Ganoderma Jade Dew pills that Yang Chen had refined. With the beneficent Ganoderma in them, the medicinal energy of these 100 medicinal pills could rival that of 9 Revolution medicinal pills. Unfortunately, these were just herbs from the spirit world. In terms of medicinal energy, they were much weaker than those from the immortal world. Xiao Chen had no choice but to use quantity to make up for it. The dragon puppet is already dead. There is no longer any life force in it. Yang Chen had to explain everything clearly. He could not let Ao Lan think that he was waiting for an opportunity to deal with Long Quang. Hence, Yang Chen explained in detail, the dragon soul fragrance will bring life force to the dragon puppet's Naiwen palace. However, that is not enough. At that time, the dragon puppet will be in a severely injured state, with only a bit of life force left in its Naiwen palace. Yang Chen pointed to the bottle of beneficent Ganoderma Jade Dew pills and said, "At that time, we have to use these medicinal pills to treat its injuries. This is equivalent to letting the entire dragon puppet's physical body regain life force. At that time, the embryo merging pill will be effective." Hearing Yang Chen's instructions, Ao Lan nodded vigorously. At this moment, Ao Lan did not seem like the all-powerful dragon race princess. Instead, she seemed more like the family of a patient who remembered the doctor's instructions. After he uses all these medicinal pills and consumes the embryo merging pill, give him the body tempering pill, Yang Chen instructed carefully. After that, he will sleep for a long time. This will take at least a month. After he wakes up, everything will be more or less done. Chapter 2244. Ao Lan remembered every word that Yang Chen said and rechecked all the arrangements. She looked at the dragon puppet in the distance with a complicated gaze, and then looked at Ao Lai beside her before picking up the profound spirit furnace. The dozens of 8 Revolution Merit Lingji mushroom jade pills were not for the resurrected Long Quang to eat, but to dig out the flesh of the dragon puppet and bury it in the whole body of the dragon puppet. As long as Long Quang had consciousness, he could use his spiritual power to stimulate the efficacy of the pill and heal all the physical injuries around the pill. "I hope that after you die once, you will really comprehend something," Big Sister Ao Lan muttered in a low voice and directly erased the spirit of the profound spirit furnace. Just as the action was completed, the back of the dragon puppet's head flashed with brilliance. After the brilliance flashed, there was a dense smoke rising over there. The smoke was very thick, and in the blink of an eye, it wrapped the huge head and neck of the dragon puppet in it. Nothing could be seen anymore. The dragon had just been reborn, so everyone did not use their spiritual sense to explore for fear of arousing Long Quang's hostility. They just waited quietly. However, they were all cultivators, and they could all sense that the dragon puppet that was originally a dead dragon now had a trace of vitality. Ao Lan was directly opposite the dragon puppet, a few steps away. Others did not dare to use their spiritual sense to explore, but she was not afraid. Seeing that the dragon puppet had more and more vitality, suddenly, the dragon puppet's Naiwen palace in the smoke emitted a familiar berserk spiritual sense. "It's me." Ao Lan's spiritual sense instantly connected with that spiritual sense, and a thought was transmitted over. The berserk spiritual sense seemed to calm down in an instant, as if he understood that Ao Lan was protecting him by his side. He did not have to worry about any danger. He calmed down, and in a short while, his spiritual sense became stronger and stronger. The dragon puppet's vitality also became more and more. An 8 Revolution Merit Lingji mushroom jade pill was directly buried behind the Naiwen palace. At this time, Long Quang's spiritual sense had recovered, and he also had a little spiritual power. When he came into contact with the pill, he immediately stimulated the efficacy. The Merit Lingji mushroom jade pill was an elixir that could regenerate flesh and bones in the spiritual realm. In a moment, the dragon body, which was dozens of feet around the pill, recovered its vitality. Long Quang's spiritual power immediately followed Ao Lan's instructions and quickly circulated throughout his body. One by one, the virtuous Lingji mushroom jade pill was stimulated, and the dragon puppet's long body recovered its vitality bit by bit. After the dozens of pills were stimulated, Long Quang's body that was already hundreds of feet long became full of vitality. His vital organs and brain were all revived. Even if the effects of the medicine hadn't taken effect on other parts of his body, they were only minor injuries. In these places there was no need to dig up the flesh to bury the pills. As long as Long Quang swallowed the pills, it was enough. Ao Lan sent the remaining tens of Lingji Jade Dew pills into Long Quang's mouth. However, Long Quang still remembered Ao Lan's instructions and did not swallow the embryo-merging pills. Right now, Long Quang clearly felt that something was wrong with his body. However, due to his trust in Ao Lan, he still followed Ao Lan's instructions. After the pill entered his stomach, it was as if a spring of vitality had suddenly formed in his stomach. Countless spring water silently gushed out from the mouth of the spring and slowly flowed to every part of his body. Each time the dragon puppet had long ago, he felt, it would awaken one place and every places. Aside from the discomfort, the dragon soul fragrance also slowly flowed to the places he did not feel before. His body seemed to be regenerating bit by bit. Could this be the feeling of using the dragon soul fragrance to regenerate? Soon, Long Quang felt that his body was complete again. However, for some reason, it felt like there was still some distance between his spiritual body and his physical body. Even when he wanted to do something, he felt powerless. Long Quang was clearly doing something with all his might, but his body did not seem to belong to him. The anxiety in his heart and the sudden pain in his physical body caused Long Quang to spasm uncontrollably. Just as Long Quang's body moved, Ao Lan was already prepared. She revealed her dragon form and wrapped around Long Quang, firmly controlling his body and preventing him from moving. This was to prevent Long Quang from getting injured and affecting the effects of the possession. Endure. Swallow the pill in your mouth. Ao Lan's instructions came in time, stopping Long Quang from letting his thoughts run wild. He did his best to control his tongue, which did not listen to him, and swallowed the pill. Long Quang firmly believed that Ao Lan would not harm him. If it were someone else, Long Quang would definitely not be so obedient. However, Long Quang was not very happy at this moment. It seemed like there were some unfamiliar people around. Why would Ao Lan revive him when there were outsiders around? After Long Quang swallowed the pill, he felt a little more comfortable. Although his body was still in pain and was still spasming, as the pain intensified, his control became better. It was like all the parts of his body were returning to his control bit by bit. Although the process was slow, he could clearly feel it. Even so, Long Quang could not feel happy. He discovered that his body was innately earth-attributed. How is this possible? I am a fire dragon. Could it be that after relying on the dragon's soul fragrance to be reborn, my innately elemental attributes would change? Consume these pills. Ao Lan watched as Long Quang's body became more and more normal. The excitement in her heart was indescribable. However, she still remembered Yang Chen's instructions and placed the body-tempering pill into Long Quang's mouth. Long Quang did not resist and obediently swallowed the few pills. Soon, Long Quang's mind became muddled and he could not help but fall into a deep sleep. Long Quang's long body lay on a huge empty space in the mountain river geographical map, snoring like thunder. Even in his dreams, Long Quang's body still twitched. When everyone saw this, they could imagine the pain his body was in. Ao Lan stared at Long Quang anxiously, afraid that something was wrong. From the start until now, all the changes were within Yang Chen's expectations. This was also the reason why Ao Lan was at ease. Finally, Long Quang fell into a deep sleep. Even though his body was in pain, he could not feel it. Hopefully, Long Quang would be like Yang Chen said and return to normal after a good sleep. Aolan had already experienced the torment of Long Quang's death once. She did not want to experience it again. This was also the first time the girls saw a dragon reincarnating and possessing another body. While it was an eye-opener, the girls were also very proud of their husbands. Such a miracle, aside from their own husband, who else could do it? Even though Long Quang was in a deep sleep, Aolan did not leave him at all. She kept staring at his body, listening to his snoring as though it was the most beautiful sound in the world. Chapter 2245. The crowd did not disturb Aolan and Long Quang. After they quietly returned to the Dragon Palace, they started chatting happily. One had to know that the scene that happened not long ago completely overturned everyone's common sense. It was not an exaggeration to say that Long Quang had come back to life. The dragon puppet had been dead for who knew how many years. It had even been forcefully refined by an expert into a magic treasure. However, her husband had used the dragon soul fragrance of the dragon race and stuffed the reborn Long Quang into the dragon puppet's body, allowing the dragon puppet's body to regain vitality. This was many times more brilliant than saving a dying person or regrowing a severed limb. According to the legends, the 9 revolutions golden pill of the immortal world could achieve such an effect. However, that was only a legend. No one had seen it before. However, everything that her husband had done had happened in front of everyone. Now, no one was in the mood to cultivate again. They all wanted to wait for Long Quang to wake up and see the final effect. When they thought about how they were one of the participants, all the girls felt honored. Long Quang's sleeping time was clearly much longer than Yang Chen had estimated. Originally, Yang Chen had estimated that it would be about a month. However, 2 months had passed and he was still sleeping. This was the first time a situation had occurred that was not within Yang Chen's control. Aolan was also somewhat anxious and rushed over to find Yang Chen. After Yang Chen observed the scene carefully, he concluded that Long Quang was fine and was just sleeping. As for why it took so long, it exceeded Yang Chen's expectations. It was probably because he had changed to a body with a completely different innate attribute. Long Quang's snoring was very regular. Aolan was also worried and could tell that Long Quang was fine for now. However, she did not dare to gamble with Long Quang's life. Thus, she asked Yang Chen to come and take a look. Since everyone was fine, they might as well wait here. It could be considered as witnessing the process of Long Quang's resurrection. Everyone knew that the spiritual pills that their hubby gave them were all mixed with dragon soul fragrance and divine perching jade. If there was such a day, this would also be an experience. Long Quang finally woke up. Under everyone's attention, he suddenly stopped snoring and opened his eyes. Long Quang, how are you? Aolan simply used her fastest speed to rush in front of Long Quang. Xiao Qin did not know if she had such speed when facing a strong opponent. Suddenly, he saw an unfamiliar woman rush in front of him. However, her voice was the one he was familiar with and would never forget for the rest of his life. Her aura was also the same. Long Quang, who had just woken up, was still a little confused about the situation. His large dragon eyes shone with a doubtful light. I am Aolan. Aolan was stunned. Then, he immediately understood. His body trembled, and he revealed his dragon race body. This time, Long Quang immediately understood, and a lot more gentleness appeared in his eyes. But very quickly, Long Quang's eyes stopped on Aolai's body and stopped moving. At the same time, there was a sign that he was about to get angry. The aura of this robust man was so familiar. It was as if he was another him. What was going on? Big sis, you guys catch up first. He can look for me after he figures it out. Yang Chen was a tactful person. He immediately called out to Aolan. Then, he led the girls and disappeared instantly. Aolai stood there foolishly, not moving. It was like he was planning to watch the show. In the next moment, Yang Chen, who had already disappeared, suddenly appeared beside Aolai. He grabbed Aolai and pulled him along. The two of them disappeared in the blink of an eye. Are you stupid? They have reunited after a long time. What are you doing standing in the middle? Although the two of them had already disappeared, Aolan and Long Quang clearly heard Yang Chen's scolding of Aolai. Even though Aolan was already in his dragon form, he still nearly blushed. What's going on with me now? Long Quang's mind was still filled with confusion. He pointed to his body and asked, also, why did you turn into a human? Yang Chen and Aolai drank a large jug of wine in the Dragon Palace. The concubines that served Yang Chen changed every day, a total of 10. Only then did Aolan and Long Quang arrive. What surprised Yang Chen was that when Long Quang came over, he actually turned into a human like Aolan and Aolai. This surprised Yang Chen. Didn't they say that this fellow was very proud? The proud dragon race turned into a human? Long Quang's appearance was completely different from the muscular man that Aolai turned into. At first glance, he looked like an elegant scholar. His every move seemed to be filled with a kind of knowledgeable foundation, and his entire person also seemed to be full of scholarly aura. The moment Long Quang entered the Dragon Palace, his gaze landed on the Fire Dragon Palace. At this point, Yang Chen felt a little guilty. This Dragon Palace belonged to him in the past. He did not even say a word before forcefully occupying it. Now that he saw the original owner, he felt a little guilty. Fortunately, Long Quang only took a glance before he started to carefully observe the 5-element Dragon Palace. This was especially so when he saw the Dragon Pagoda. His eyes lit up. As long as it was a member of the dragon race, they would pay special attention to the Dragon Pagoda. This was a special characteristic of the dragon race. If it was not so, he might not even be a member of the dragon race, or his dragon race bloodline was not pure enough. Yang Chen, this time, Long Quang intends to personally thank you for your hard work over the past few years. Aolan's face was filled with smiles. It looked like he had been very happy over the past 10 days. There was an unprecedented radiance on his face. It was a smile that only came from the joy in his heart. Well said, well said. Since Long Quang came to express his thanks, Yang Chen also had a smile on his face. He said politely, actually, it is all because of Big Sister Aolan. If you want to thank someone, you should thank Big Sister. Naturally, I will not fall behind on Aolan's side. Long Quang performed a cupped fist salute and bowed politely to Yang Chen. Many thanks, great master. Every action of Long Quang's seemed very serious. Even the way he bowed deeply was very natural. It did not look like he was being forced. Previously, when Aolan mentioned Long Quang, everyone was misled by his pride. They thought that Long Quang would be arrogant. They did not expect him to be so humble. Instantly, their favorable impression of him increased greatly. Yang Chen quickly helped Long Quang up. No matter what, this fellow was the most likely husband of Big Sister Aolan in the future. Yang Chen could not be rude. Big Brother Long has come back to life. This can be considered a blessing and a curse. There will definitely be good fortune in the future. Long Quang and Big Sister Aolan were very close. So, Yang Chen followed Big Sister's way of addressing Long Quang, calling him Big Brother Long. This little brother does not have much here, just good wine and delicacies. Yang Chen extended his hand and made an inviting gesture. He said to Aolan and Long Quang, Big Brother Long is safe and sound. Everyone should celebrate, please. Chapter 2246. Following that, the host and guests enjoyed themselves. Regardless of whether it was Yang Chen's family, Aolan, Aolai, or Long Quang, they were all filled with joy and laughter. The host was hospitable and the guests were well-mannered. It could be said that it was a joyous occasion. Long Quang had always appeared to be a knowledgeable person, speaking wittily. His attitude was also very humble. No matter who he spoke to, he always had that kind of polite attitude. Even the most picky teacher would not be able to find any problems with Long Quang in this aspect. Yang Chen wanted to ask Big Sister Aolan what was going on. However, Big Sister Aolan's attention was currently on Long Quang. How would she notice the looks Yang Chen gave her from time to time? Yang Chen could not help but shake his head and sigh in his heart. How could a woman immersed in love see others? Human women were like this, dragon women were like this, even the princess of the dragon race was like this. No matter what happened to Long Quang, at least he came back to life. Furthermore, he successfully possessed the dragon puppet's body. This was a joyous matter. Wasn't everything Big Sister Aolan did previously for this purpose? As long as she was happy, it was fine. Long Quang would not be able to provoke him. Yang Chen could not be bothered with other people's business. During the banquet, Long Quang thanked Xiao Chen many times. He was well-mannered and this fellow's alcohol tolerance was pretty good. This celebration for Long Quang was very carefree. After drinking, everyone was more or less familiar with each other. Only then did Aolan let Yang Chen carefully examine Long Quang's body. After all, Long Quang had just been revived and possessed the body of the dragon puppet. Even with the help of the embryo-fusing pill, the specific effects still required Yang Chen, the alchemist, to carefully examine it. Yang Chen did not stand on ceremony. He immediately released his spiritual sense and carefully examined Long Quang. This was actually very rude to cultivators. However, no one would care about it in this situation. This was Long Quang's request, so how could it be considered rude? After the examination, Yang Chen carefully asked Long Quang about his various feelings. In the end, he did not forget to use the method of checking his postnatal attribute. As expected, he had all 5 elements and all of them were maxed out. With regards to this result, Yang Chen was still very confident. With so much merit given out, if he couldn't even achieve this, then the merit chapter wouldn't live up to its name. The overall results of the examination showed that everything was normal. Long Quang had recovered very well without any flaws. The effect of the fusion embryo pill was exceptionally outstanding. It tightly connected Long Quang's spirit body and fleshly body together without the slightest bit of rejection. If there was a problem, it would be Long Quang himself. Of course, he was referring to Long Quang's spirit body. His spirit body had just been resurrected in the dragon puppet's flesh body, and he was still not used to the sudden change of the 5 elements. In addition, when Long Quang left his natal primordial spirit behind, his cultivation was only at the peak of the heaven immortal stage. However, the dragon puppet's current cultivation level was at the mid-golden immortal stage at the very least. This was similar to Aolai in the past. His physical body cultivation was high, but his mental state cultivation was low. It was normal for him to not adapt. If he could control it freely, that would be a big problem. However, this was not a problem that Yang Chen's medicinal pill could solve. Long Quang needed to slowly adapt to it. In any case, the dragon race had a lot of lifespan. After a long time, he would get used to it. At that time, there would not be such trouble. Back then, when Aolai encountered such a situation, Yang Chen had unkindly asked Aolai to refine a dragon palace for himself. Firstly, it was to create a home for himself. Secondly, it was to slowly get used to his current cultivation through refining the dragon palace. Things had to be done step by step, they could not be rushed. Yang Chen analyzed the situation for Aolan and Long Quang using the same logic, so that the two of them could clearly understand their current problem and not let their imaginations run wild. Of course, the one who let their imaginations run wild was Aolan. Long Quang also understood where his current problem was. However, Aolan was still worried. Even though her cultivation was much higher than Long Quang's, when she encountered such a problem, she still wanted to let Yang Chen, the strongest alchemist, confirm it. Big Sister is still too concerned about Big Brother Long. Yang Chen smiled and evaluated, causing Long Quang's face to be filled with happiness. Aolan also nodded her head shyly. Aolan had never revealed such an expression before. This made Yang Chen feel fresh. After obtaining the result that they wanted, Aolan and Long Quang did not stand on ceremony and entered the demonic world. Regardless of whether Long Quang's personality had really changed or not, going to the demonic world to massacre would allow him to vent the frustration that had accumulated over the years. At the same time, fighting was also an effective way for Long Quang to merge his spirit and body. Of course, going to the demonic world to massacre would also allow the Mountain River geographical map to refine the demonic world faster. Right now, the demonic world was only several million kilometers in radius. However, it was only the core region that connected to the immortal world. Based on the current speed, it would be completely refined in a few decades. Yang Chen and the girls remained in the Dragon Palace. Everyone still wanted to exchange their views on Long Quang. After all, with Big Sister Aolan's face, they would have to interact more or less in the future. He probably really understood after dying once. Gao Yu recalled Big Sister Aolan's very serious explanation and wanted to laugh. How could the current Long Quang look like a proud fellow? In the past, those proud experts with the surname Long refused to transform into human form. Even Big Sister Aolan only accepted this change a while ago. However, Long Quang actually transformed into human form the first time he met everyone. It could only be said that he was indeed not the proud fellow that Big Sister Aolan spoke of. No one had much contact with Long Quang. It seemed that this was the only explanation. A cultivator's mental state would indeed increase after dying once. This was reflected in many experts who had used the divine dwelling jade. Long Quang was no exception. No matter what, this was a good thing for Big Sister Aolan. At least she did not have to be stuck between two sides. Yang Chen did not have to provoke the anger of the dragon race for no reason. With Long Quang like this, it was easy for everyone. A few days later, Aolai was captured by Big Sister Aolan and was quickly released. After asking, he found out that this fellow had given some purple sun dragon fire to Long Quang. Originally, Long Quang's life true fire was the purple sun dragon fire. If he changed to a dragon puppet, he would not have a fire seed. He specially asked Aolai for some to refine his life true fire. It was just a small interlude. It was no big deal. Everyone cultivated on their own. Yang Chen waited for the immortal beheading stage and the demonic realm to refine. It seemed that everything was on track. Time flew, and in the blink of an eye, another 30 years had passed. On this day, Yang Chen was helping his second primordial spirit refine the immortal beheading stage. Suddenly, Aolan came to see him alone. This time, Aolan planned to take her leave for a period of time. The main reason was to help Mo Chunmei find a suitable artifact spirit for the profound spirit furnace. Chapter 2247. Before Yang Chen refined the fusing embryo pill, Aolan promised to help the profound spirit furnace find a new item spirit. However, she was still busy with the fusing embryo pill, so she rushed back with Mo Chunmei. Only now that Long Quang's condition had stabilized did Aolan set off with ease. Aolan was from the dragon race. At this time, she would definitely not take the initiative to find a dragon spirit to be the item spirit. In the past, when Yang Chen used it, he had no choice. If Aolan took the initiative, she would definitely find another race. However, with Aolan's pride and the huge favor she owed Yang Chen, she would definitely not be happy to find an item spirit. She would definitely find an item spirit that was not inferior to Long Quang's dragon spirit. Only then would she be worthy of Yang Chen's intention of resurrecting Long Quang. Long Quang is with you? Yang Chen was not afraid of Big Sister Aolan acting shamelessly. Long Quang had not been reborn for long. Big Sister Aolan should be very close to him. Was she willing to part with him? His cultivation is not particularly stable now. I will borrow your place to stay for a while and wait for me to come back. Big Sister Aolan seemed to have some regret in her eyes. It seemed like this was not what she wanted. However, it was just a period of separation. Big Sister Aolan would not care too much. She had waited for thousands of years. Now that Long Quang had been reborn, she did not care about a few years of separation. Long Quang had been very diligent over the years. Maybe he knew the gap between him and Aolan, so he worked hard to make up for it. Most of the time, Long Quang trained in the demonic world. Especially after he knew that the demonic world would not have too much territory soon and that there would not be too many powerful demonic beasts. He cherished his time even more. He basically trained in the demonic world all these years and never left. Everyone was already used to this and did not take it to heart. Now that Aolan was leaving, Long Quang was still training in the demonic world. It did not affect Big Sister, so no one would pay attention. Big Sister Aolan left quickly. Yang Chen could see her reluctance. This made Yang Chen unable to understand. At most, they would be separated for a few decades. He had been separated from his wives and concubines for more than that period of time during his cultivation. Perhaps it was because he and the girls did not experience the kind of death separation. Yang Chen could only use this reason to explain. Everyone was still cultivating in the deep sea. Yang Chen had spent more than 100 years concocting pills. At this time, he had to seize the time to raise his cultivation. Otherwise, if his cultivation was insufficient when he needed it, it would be bad. Fortunately, Yang Chen's cultivation was only in the Dragon Palace. The recently completed Golden Body secret art was simply flying, and Yang Chen's cultivation base was also steadily improving. The women's cultivation was also very calm. 2 months after elder sister Aolan left, Long Quang suddenly left the demonic world without a word and came to the Dragon Palace to look for Yang Chen. Due to his relationship with Aolan's big sister, Yang Chen naturally welcomed him warmly. However, without waiting for Yang Chen to serve the wine and delicacies, Long Quang waved his hand to indicate that there was no need. He wanted to say a few words to Yang Chen. This time, I came mainly to express my gratitude to Master Yang in my own name. Long Quang was rather polite. After sitting down, he drank half a cup of tea and spoke with a smile. As he spoke, he did not forget to cup his hands towards Yang Chen. So it turned out that he had come to thank him alone. It seemed like Long Quang was truly grateful. Yang Chen quickly declined. Since the other party was so polite, Yang Chen had to be even more polite. Speaking of which, I do have some similarities with Master Yang. The two of them were polite for a long time. After sitting down again, Long Quang spoke again. However, this time, the topic of conversation was much more relaxed. The relationship between the two of them seemed to be closer. Would you like to hear the details? Yang Chen's interest was piqued by Long Quang's words. What did he have in common with this fellow? I've seen masters' wives and concubines. This time, Long Quang was not polite at all. He even said that he had seen Yang Chen's wives and concubines. If I'm not wrong, I'm afraid that masters' wives and concubines have a higher cultivation than masters. So that's what he was talking about. Yang Chen laughed involuntarily. If it was about this, Yang Chen was indeed the same as Long Quang. In terms of cultivation, they were not as high as their respective women. The way this Long Quang spoke was rather interesting. It was impossible to tell that he was the proud person that Aolan mentioned. Others might not have the experience of coming back to life, but Yang Chen did. When he asked himself honestly, it seemed like he had indeed changed a lot in this life. In the past, he found it unacceptable. Now, he did it with relish and did not find it difficult at all. Perhaps Long Quang really did have a new understanding because of his rebirth. If Long Quang still had this kind of character, Yang Chen would not mind having a deeper relationship with him. Not to mention the fact that Yang Chen had occupied his dragon palace, just his relationship with Aolan's big sister made it so that he could not treat him as an outsider. Considering all these, Yang Chen greeted Long Quang even more warmly. After chatting for a while, Long Quang officially said, "Actually, I still have a request this time. I hope Grandmaster can agree to it." No wonder Long Quang came to thank me for no reason. It turned out that he had a request. Yang Chen finally understood. Since Long Quang spoke so directly, Yang Chen did not mind and let him speak directly. "It's like this. I know that Aolan owes Master a lot of favors because of my matter." Long Quang had come for a reason in the first place. Naturally, he would not keep his mouth shut, so he spoke straightforwardly. Yang Chen nodded slightly. Even if no one said anything, everyone knew about this. Aolan did not owe a small favor. She owed Yang Chen a lot of favors. The dragon puppet, the body-merging pill, the body-tempering pill, and the heavenly essence pill. Any one of them was something that could only be found by luck in the immortal world. Aolan owed so many favors in the spirit realm. This was no longer a simple favor but a huge karma. Aolan had seen through this long ago. Hence, she had never mentioned this to Yang Chen. She did not even mention how to repay the favor. In any case, if Yang Chen needed anything in the future, all he had to do was call out. If he could do it, he would do it. If he could not, he would think of ways to do it. Yang Chen did not even mention this matter. However, why did Long Quang bring it up at this time? What I mean is, no matter how many favors Aolan owes you, Long Quang stared into Yang Chen's eyes. Long Quang stared at Yang Chen's eyes and said very seriously and decisively, "As long as she owes you, count it on my head. You just need to look for me in the future. Everything related to her will be paid by me." When Long Quang said this, Yang Chen had a whole new level of respect for him. After sizing up Long Quang from head to toe, he impolitely nodded his head and evaluated. "To be honest, Long Quang, only now do I think of you as a real man. At least you didn't embarrass yourself." Chapter 2248. However, Long Quang acted as though he did not hear Yang Chen's praise, treating it as though it was an extremely casual matter. Yang Chen was very satisfied with this attitude. Now, he acknowledged Long Quang even more. No matter what, at the very least, this fellow had a sense of responsibility. He was not a pretty boy who relied on his own woman to advance. For Long Quang to be able to say this, he was many times better than those fellows who took advantage of others but still tried to act obedient. However, these words also showed that Aolan was right when he said that Long Quang was very proud. He did not even want to owe his own woman a favor. He was truly extraordinarily proud. Long Quang did not like Yang Chen's praises. He frowned and said stiffly, "Can you or not say something?" Long Quang felt that this was not enough to express his meaning, so he added, "Whether I am a real man or not, whether I am embarrassing or not, is not something you have the right to judge." This sentence truly exposed Long Quang's character. Long Quang was in Yang Chen's territory. Even though he came over to ask Yang Chen to do something, he did not acknowledge that Yang Chen had the right to judge him. Long Quang was truly extraordinarily proud. He must have given face to Aolan in the past. Hence, he performed very well. Now that there was only him and Yang Chen, Long Quang revealed his true character. Yang Chen raised his head and started to seriously examine this fellow in front of him. Speaking of which, Long Quang's feelings for Aolan were really good. For the sake of making Aolan happy, this fellow could tolerate Xiao Chen turning into a human scholar and being very respectful to Xiao Chen's family. He endured it all the way until Aolan left to handle some matters before showing it. Thinking about it, it was not easy. Just by looking at Long Quang's words, Xiao Chen could tell what he thought of Yang Chen. Even the strongest alchemist in the spirit realm, who could refine 8 revolution medicinal pills, had such an attitude. It was easy to imagine what he thought of other human cultivators. This fellow was simply a bastard who was good at pretending to be the same as those fellows with the surname Long. Of course, you can pay it back. Yang Chen gave a concise and comprehensive answer. However, his doubtful attitude was exceptionally obvious. However, I do not think that you alone can pay it back. You can calculate whether I can pay it off or not. Although Long Quang's words suddenly displayed arrogance, his actions did not change at all. He still had the appearance of a scholar, and his actions were still as gentle and refined as ever. There was not the slightest change in his tone. If not for the previous sentence, the two of them would definitely be very harmonious. Unfortunately, the current Long Quang seemed to be exuding an aloof air from head to toe. He was like a completely different person from when he was in front of Aolan. Before that, let me ask you a question. Yang Chen did not intend to fall out with him immediately. He wanted to see what kind of trump card this guy had, so he just asked curiously. No wonder your cultivation can't even compare to your woman. Long Quang picked up his wine cup, drank a full cup, and said slowly, "What's the problem? Are you looking down on me, or are you looking down on us human cultivators?" Yang Chen asked the question he was curious about. If it's the latter, why do you still look like this? Because Aolan likes it. Long Quang answered this question without hesitation. Actually, he only answered the latter question. However, it already explained a lot of things. For the sake of Aolan, this fellow was actually able to endure the discomfort in his heart and maintain this appearance, all for the sake of Aolan. This meant that this fellow knew what was good for him and knew who was truly good to him. Yang Chen nodded, very satisfied with this answer. He nodded and muttered to himself, "Fortunately, there is still hope." "What do you mean?" Of course, Long Quang heard Yang Chen muttering to himself. He immediately became somewhat angry. Right now, what he disliked the most was Yang Chen evaluating him, or rather, human cultivators evaluating him. Yang Chen saying this was taboo for him. "It's nothing. We can calculate it properly now." Yang Chen ignored his anger and asked directly, "Where do you want to start?" "My physical body." Long Quang seemed to have planned this long ago. He did not even think about it and raised his bargaining chip. "I exchanged it for a new mid-stage golden immortal physical body with full attribute. If you are not satisfied, I can help you exchange it back." Yang Chen could not bear to see Long Quang still acting obedient after getting a bargain. He said coldly, "I'll help you pay for the extra embryo-merging pills, Lingji-Du pills, and body-tempering pills. How about that?" "Then it's a draw." Long Quang's expression did not change as he stated his conclusion. "You might even earn something. Remember all this. You have to know that to be able to personally experience all this and help a noble dragon is the glory of your life. This glory is worth giving up everything in exchange. If you can swear a great heart demon oath and these two can really fight to a draw, then it doesn't matter to me." Yang Chen snorted coldly and threw out a great heart demon oath, letting Long Quang deal with it himself. This guy was really arrogant to the extreme. He actually thought that what he had sacrificed was his own glory? If not for big sister Aolan, Yang Chen would not have any interest in talking to this fellow. If not for Aolai, a mere peak sky immortal physical body would have long become a material for Yang Chen to refine. Would it still be there until now? Furthermore, Long Quang had the dragon's soul fragrance. After his rebirth, he would naturally grow a new physical body. This was completely an opportunity to renege on the debt of the dragon puppet. In order for Long Quang to merge with the dragon puppet, Yang Chen had refined the embryo merging pill, over 100 virtue Lingji-Du pills, and dozens of virtue body tempering pills. Any one of them would cause the sect to go bankrupt to exchange for it. Long Quang actually wanted to use his original physical body to erase it. What a good plan! However, the moment Xiao Chen mentioned the Great Heart Demon Oath, Long Quang was immediately stunned. It was not that he wanted to renege on the debt. He just did not want to owe a human cultivator so much, especially not Aolan. Furthermore, in his heart, he really thought that letting a human cultivator witness and participate in all this was an honor bestowed by him. This kind of honor was enough to offset many things. However, Long Quang was not a complete fool. He knew that he still had a great advantage. After Yang Chen said this, Long Quang had no choice but to seriously consider it for a while. Then, he added another bargaining chip. Add in my Dragon Palace and the treasures in it. You can discount the price of the Dragon Palace and the things in it. I will pay you on the spot. Yang Chen did not fall for this. He directly used spirit stones to smash down Long Quang's arrogance. You don't believe me? There are 6 fellows with the same surname Long. They are willing to help me refine a new Dragon Palace at any time. Long Quang believed these words because Ao Lan had told him before. However, he was still unwilling. He clenched his teeth and said fiercely, "What if I add in your lives? The lives of your entire family should be enough, right?" Chapter 2249. Hence, Long Quang became a mute. Not only did he become a mute, but even his altruistic tone and expression froze on his face. He felt an indescribable discomfort. The cultivation of your entire family is very low. On account of Ao Lan, I can give each of you some pointers in cultivation. Long Quang suppressed his anger and said in an exceptionally furious tone, "Teaching you a life-saving technique can be considered saving your lives. From now on, we do not owe each other anything." Even in death, the proud dragon race would not be willing to be criticized by others. Long Quang was an incomparably proud fellow of the dragon race. He could not tolerate having such a reputation on his head. That was even worse than death. Yang Chen still had a smile on his face, as though he did not think that Long Quang's words were a threat. If it were any other cultivator, they would have jumped up no matter what. The other party directly said that he wanted the lives of his entire family. Could it be that he would still be amiable? That's right. Long Quang nodded with a livid expression. The dragon race will never repay kindness with enmity. Take back your words. Long Quang shook his head. There was nothing much to say. Only after Long Quang made these actions did he realize that his performance was too inferior. What was he doing here? He wanted to use force to make Yang Chen lower his head, to make him take the initiative to get rid of the favor that Ao Lan owed him. How could he let Yang Chen owe him a favor? This time, Long Quang no longer said anything. He looked straight at Yang Chen. The answer was already obvious. There was no need for Yang Chen to confirm anything. I am very clear on the consequences. Yang Chen did not care about Long Quang's angry roars. He said very calmly, "A dragon race expert who repaid kindness with enmity." Long Quang wanted to take advantage of this opportunity. If he could make Yang Chen turn against him, he could take advantage of the situation. Even if Ao Lan returned at that time, both sides would have their reasons and would not be able to distinguish right from wrong. Naturally, at that time, Long Quang believed that his relationship with Ao Lan was much closer than that of Yang Chen. He believed that Ao Lan would choose his side. No matter how much Ao Lan owed Yang Chen in the past, after this commotion, both sides would probably no longer have any dealings with each other. The dragon race would gain a great advantage out of nowhere, and Yang Chen would suffer a great loss. But this was not the answer that Long Quang was looking forward to. He hoped that Yang Chen would be angry, but Yang Chen asked with a smile. He hoped that Yang Chen would lose his mind, but he was the one who almost couldn't handle it. The more arrogant a person was, the more they couldn't tolerate a situation that they couldn't control. At most, in the future, when Long Quang remembered, he would have the opportunity to compensate Yang Chen. This was already an exceptional grace. The Dragon Clan had always been high and mighty. Human cultivators usually did not even have the chance to see the Dragon Clan in the spirit realm. Long Quang did not feel that there was anything wrong with this. On the contrary, he enjoyed this kind of nobility that transcended the mortal world. As for whether the cultivators of other races could see them, or whether they would feel flattered after seeing them, he didn't care at all. However, Yang Chen did not flare up. Instead, He smiled and asked him how he would return the lives of his family. This caused Long Quang to be at a loss. Although he could still flare up on his own and shed all pretense of cordiality, the result would be completely different. All right. Yang Chen nodded his head and said to the little concubine beside him, "Call your sisters and let this expert of the dragon race give them some pointers. This is enough." Yang Chen nodded his head calmly. He looked at the ferocious look on Long Quang's face and smiled. "How do you plan on returning the lives of our family?" Long Quang's anger had already reached its peak, but he forcefully suppressed his anger because Yang Chen's words were already very clear. If he were to make a move, then he would be repaying kindness with enmity. However, if he did not make a move, then he would not have any temper and could only allow Yang Chen to ridicule him. This was not the result he wanted. Just as Long Quang had said before, there were some things that cultivators of other races did not have the qualifications to evaluate. Long Quang used to have this kind of attitude towards others, and it was still the same now. It was just that he was greatly restrained in front of Ao Lan to make her happy. "All right," Yang Chen said indifferently, "I'll take it back. However, are you sure you want to guide my family in cultivation?" Being looked down upon by Yang Chen, the strongest alchemist in the spirit realm, Long Quang could still barely accept it for the time being. After all, he was planning to use a dishonorable method to renege on his debt. In fact, this kind of thing was not in line with his character. If it was Long Quang, he would rather die than owe Yang Chen a favor. Unfortunately, the favor was owed by Ao Lan and it was owed for him. Thus, Long Quang had no choice but to use this method that even he himself despised to resolve it. However, being able to reluctantly accept being looked down upon by Yang Chen was one thing, but being looked down upon by a concubine by Yang Chen's side was another matter. Right now, Yang Chen was not facing Long Quang alone. He had a concubine serving him. Previously, when Long Quang said those words, the concubine almost could not help but flare up. However, Yang Chen stopped her in time. Now that Yang Chen said this, the concubine also had a look of disdain on her face. Or this. Without waiting for Long Quang to flare up, Yang Chen immediately opened his mouth and took out a solution. "Why don't you follow us and wait until the day you save enough of our family's lives? Then, this matter will be over. How about it?" "Shut up." Long Quang finally flared up and roared, "It looks like you don't realize the seriousness of treating an expert of the dragon race like this." "I didn't hear you clearly." Yang Chen acted as if he had heard an inconceivable suggestion. He asked in disbelief, "Are you saying that each of you will give us some pointers in cultivation and teach us a life-saving technique? In the cultivation of cultivators, you can deceive people, deceive ghosts, deceive demons, but you can't deceive the heavens and earth, and you can't deceive yourself." If Yang Chen flared up, Long Quang could confidently retaliate. However, if Yang Chen didn't flare up and Long Quang flared up, then he would have to bear the reputation of not repaying kindness or even repaying kindness with enmity. However, he could not say that Yang Chen's response was wrong. He was the one who said that he would use the lives of Yang Chen's family to make up for it. Then, wouldn't it be normal for him to ask how to save their family's lives? Nothing to say? Yang Chen admired Long Quang's predicament enough before asking, "If you can't take out anything, could it be that you are here to amuse me? Or are you planning to go back on your word?" Hearing this suggestion, Long Quang's eyes nearly popped out. What kind of joke was this? If that was the case, wouldn't Long Quang become the bodyguard of Yang Chen's family? How could a dignified expert of the dragon race become the bodyguard of a group of human juniors? If it wasn't for the fact that Ao Lan owed him a huge favor, Long Quang wouldn't even want to come into contact with humans. How could he agree to such a condition? Chapter 2250. The concubine happily agreed and quickly disappeared from the dragon palace. After a while, a large group of women arrived at the dragon palace. She had heard everything that Long Quang had said when she was serving her husband. When she saw the other sisters, she wished that she could add oil to the fire and magnify Long Quang's arrogance and disrespect towards her husband to the extreme. Not only Lady Fanghua and the concubines, even Gao Yu and the others were informed. All the women returned to the Dragon Palace aggressively. They all wanted to see how much weight Long Quang had to dare to say such big words in front of their husband. Lady Fanghua returned the earliest. When she saw her husband, she bowed and did not say anything. She cast a questioning look at Yang Chen. Yang Chen nodded his head calmly, indicating for Lady Fanghua to do as she pleased. I and the 30 disciples cultivate the same cultivation technique. I wonder if Mr. Long can give us some pointers at once? Lady Fanghua was very clear about her own strength. If she fought alone, she would definitely not be a match for the intermediate golden, immortal Long Quang. Therefore, she did not hesitate to bring her disciples along. At this moment, Lady Fanghua no longer addressed Long Quang as Big Brother Long when she was with Aolan. Instead, she addressed him as Mr. Long. It was as clear as day whether they were close or distant. At this moment, Long Quang displayed the arrogance of a golden immortal dragon expert. He nodded his head in disdain. All of you can come at me together. Lady Fanghua and the 30 disciples, the strongest combat power was the 28 constellation sky-splitting array. If 28 of them went out, together with Lady Fanghua and the remaining 2, they could form a small 3 talents array. Everyone cultivated the 1,000 colors spirit technique. They were all good at illusions. When they went out together, the scene was very impressive. When Gao Yu and the other women returned, Lady Fanghua and the 30 concubines had already surrounded Long Quang. After Gao Yu and the others knew the whole story, although they were all indignant, they did not rush forward. Only Gao Yu said to Lady Fanghua, "You have to experience Mr. Long's skills. Don't hold back. Husband, we have the 8th Revolution Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill here." Not only that, Yang Chen also added, "Don't worry and learn as long as you don't die." All the girls knew what the 2 of them were hinting at. When they looked at Long Quang again, it was no longer that kind of fanatical anger. Instead, it was another kind of teasing anticipation. Long Quang did not worry about him. He thought that Yang Chen was afraid that he would be too heavy-handed and beat his concubine to death, and laughed out loud, "Don't worry, I won't kill him. However, since you have a miraculous elixir, injuries are inevitable." Without saying a word, Lady Fanghua and the others started attacking. Long Quang stood on the spot, smiling as he watched the girls surround him. He even arrogantly shouted, "You guys attack first." In the midst of the brightly colored clothes of the women, Long Quang stood motionless, but he had already blocked at least a dozen rounds of attacks from Lady Fanghua and the others. In the beginning, each concubine attacked alone. After so many rounds, they seemed to understand that it was impossible for them to be Long Quang's match in a one-on-one fight. Then, the women joined forces and divided into several groups, once again attacking crazily from all directions. Long Quang still had a guiding expression on his face. After blocking the attack, he did not forget to laugh and point out the inappropriateness of the attack just now. It was as if he really treated this as a pointer to the girls. Unknowingly, from 3 people to 30 people, the attacks of Lady Fanghua and the others were all blocked by Long Quang. Long Quang already had a thorough understanding of the cultivation of the girls. He only needed to wait for a few more chances before he could defeat Lady Fanghua and the others and complete the guidance. Everything seemed to be going smoothly. However, Long Quang never expected that from the moment the 7 of them started attacking, he had already completely fallen into the illusion of the myriad red spirit technique. The illusion created by the 31 Xian immortal experts at the same time, coupled with the siege of the 28 constellation heaven-splitting formation and the 3 talents formation, made it impossible for Long Quang to distinguish between the real and the fake. The aura that Elder Hai slowly released also caused Long Quang to slowly become intoxicated. What Long Quang thought was an attack was actually an illusion. Unknowingly, Long Quang had already transformed back into a dragon. His huge body was entrenched in the square of the Dragon Palace. Before his rebirth, he was at most at the peak of the Heaven Immortal stage. Even if he had changed into the body of a golden immortal, the cultivation of his mental state was not something that could be made up for in a few decades. With the Xian Immortal level Myriad Red Spirit technique, it was simply a piece of cake to deal with a fellow whose mental state was only at the peak of the Heaven Immortal stage. When she saw that the proud expression on Long Quang's face had reached its peak, Lady Fanghua sneered and activated the two formations crazily. Long Quang was watching himself defeat all of Yang Chen's concubines in one move. Just as he laughed out loud, a sudden sharp pain invaded all of his consciousness. The scene in front of him instantly disappeared without a trace. His body had already been pierced by more than 30 flying swords. Even though he boasted that his scales were impervious to swords and spears, the flying sword that had been carefully refined by Gao Yu still easily pierced through his skin and entered his flesh. The two flying swords stopped in front of Long Quang's eyes. As long as they moved forward a little more, they would be able to pierce through his eyeballs. Long Quang no longer knew how to express his fear, but he still did not dare to move an inch. The other flying swords could easily pierce through his scales and flesh, but these two flying swords pierced through his eyeballs as if it was a piece of cake. Lady Fanghua stood directly on Long Quang's head between the pair of dragon horns. The flying sword in her hand had already pierced through Long Quang's scalp and reached his skull. As long as the strength was greater, it could directly pierce through his skull and enter his brain. At least 7 flying swords were currently surrounding Long Quang's heart. Long Quang could even feel that every time his beating heart trembled, it would touch the tip of a few swords. What's going on? Even now, Long Quang still didn't understand how he suddenly became like this. However, the facts were there, and he couldn't deny it. The pain in his body and the fear of his life being threatened forced him to face the current situation. However, his proud personality made Long Quang completely unable to believe the current situation. How could it become like this? There are enough 8 Revolution Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill here. Yang Chen's voice came from not far away. Why don't you hurry up and give it to Mr. Long? Yes, husband. Lady Fanghua agreed and withdrew her flying sword. With a wave of her hand, the women withdrew their flying sword and returned to Yang Chen's side. When Lady Fanghua returned to Yang Chen's side, she didn't forget to throw 2 8 Revolution Lingji Mushroom Jade Pill into Long Quang's mouth. His injury was just a flesh wound. With the strong recovery ability of the dragon race and the 2 pills, Long Quang completely recovered in a moment. Please give me some pointers, Mr. Long. Lady Fanghua didn't forget to sprinkle a handful of salt on Long Quang's wound and respectfully asked for advice. Chapter 2251. Advice? What advice? He, a dignified golden immortal expert of the Dragon Clan, was completely oppressed by a group of little girls who had just reached the Xian Immortal stage. He didn't even have the chance to resist before falling into their trap. Long Quang was about to die of shame and anger. Standing in the huge square of the 5 Elements Dragon Palace, surrounded by the unfriendly gazes of Yang Chen and his family. In addition, Lady Fanghua looked coquettish but overbearing as she waited for guidance. Long Quang wanted nothing more than to burrow into a crack in the ground. It was useless to brag. Between cultivators, everything depended on strength. Long Quang was very clear about this. Why did the Dragon Clan have the right to be proud? It was because the cultivation of the Dragon Clan was higher than that of the other races since birth. Compared to humans, they were countless times stronger. But now, he was actually defeated by a group of girls' illusion array. In vain, he even boasted that he would guide others. This battle was enough to make Long Quang clearly understand his current situation. Don't think that just because you have a golden immortal body you can act like a tyrant. A few girls can casually use an illusion array to play with him. This was the lesson that Long Quang learned from this battle. As for the guidance given to Lady Fanghua and the others, that was even more of a joke. My dragon clan doesn't have any research on this kind of small trick to confuse others. At this moment, Long Quang could only brace himself and explain. In fact, this was indeed the case. The dragon clan had always used their cultivation to crush their opponent. When had they ever used a low-level technique like an illusion array? However, the problem was that when the other dragon clan encountered such a problem, they had never been confused by their opponent's illusion array. This could only mean one thing, and that was that Long Quang's mental state was still far from it. Lady Fanghua had followed Yang Chun for all these years and knew what kind of personality Yang Chun had. Therefore, she did not pursue the matter further. She only shook her head with a smile and retreated, waiting for her husband to reply. Since I can't guide them in this aspect, I'm afraid I'll have to recalculate the number of people. Yang Chun did not dwell on this issue as well. Instead, he continued to calculate with Long Quang. Change the method. Long Quang gritted his teeth and said with a lack of confidence. He had lost so much face in front of Yang Chen's concubines. No matter what, he had to make up for it. Otherwise, he would have to lower his head when he saw Yang Chen's family in the future. This was something that Long Quang would rather die than face. Why don't you give the Murong sisters some guidance? Yang Chen already knew that this guy wouldn't give up until he saw the Yellow River and wouldn't shed tears until he saw the coffin, so he had already prepared a countermeasure. In any case, he had to teach this guy a lesson. Taking turns to deal with him would leave a deeper impression on him. Long Quang nodded as he watched the Murong sisters, who looked exactly the same, slowly walk out. No matter how unwilling he was, he had to get back at them. If they fought again, they would not be able to fight in the Dragon Palace. Instead, they would be transferred to the Mountain River geographical map. An empty area had already been prepared, with only Yang Chen's family and Long Quang present. Long Quang's body used to be a puppet controlled by the Murong sisters, so Long Quang was a little afraid of it. He thought that the Murong sisters would have a method to deal with him. However, when he saw the Murong sisters summon another puppet, his heart was completely at ease. This way, he would have the strength to fight. However, when Long Quang carefully observed the puppet, even Long Quang was shocked. It was actually another golden immortal puppet. How was this possible? Could it be that golden immortal cultivators were everywhere in the spiritual realm? How could one of Yang Chen's 5 concubines casually take out a puppet of the golden immortal rank? This puppet was, of course, Great Desolate Sex Elder Feng's life treasure. However, it had been refined by Gao Yu. After changing its appearance, no one would be able to recognize the origin of the puppet. Even if Long Quang could tell that it was a golden immortal puppet at a glance, he didn't expect it to be a golden immortal puppet. The small gap in their understanding was destined to cause a tragedy to happen. Boom, boom, boom. The new puppet controlled by the Murong sisters fought with Long Quang. Every time the two sides attacked, it was a head-on collision. Every time, it would cause an earth-shattering commotion. Fortunately, their battlefield was in the Mountain River geographical map. Otherwise, such a huge commotion would definitely attract the attention of other cultivators. The more Long Quang fought, the more shocked he became. He didn't use any weapons, nor did he use any puppets. However, even with the powerful body of the dragon race, he didn't have the slightest advantage in the battle. In terms of cultivation, Long Quang already felt that he was a little powerless. How long had it been? His spiritual energy seemed to be insufficient and he was falling into a disadvantageous position. This was only dealing with a puppet. The Murong sisters weren't idle. The 5 of them were scattered in 5 different directions. Each of them held a hook that looked like it was made by the dragon race. Long Quang had never felt so much pressure since his resurrection. He had to deal with the silent threat of the Murong sisters while fighting the golden immortal puppet. Even though he lost the previous round, he had always been winning in the illusion. After all, Long Quang wasn't a true golden immortal expert. He was originally only at the peak of the heaven immortal realm. He had worked hard to adapt to the feeling of the golden immortal realm in the past 10 years. However, at most, he could only adapt. He was unable to completely integrate. After so many head-on battles, he already felt a sense of exhaustion. The puppet controlled by the Murong sisters didn't feel this way. Every attack was made with all their might. Even though the Murong sisters were only at the heaven immortal realm and couldn't unleash the puppet's true strength, they didn't have to worry about the puppet being afraid or guilty. The current Long Quang was still unable to do anything to the puppet. The intense battle lasted for several hours. Long Quang had to attack with all his might every time. Long Quang was about to go crazy. Under the head-on collision, even the body of Long Quang, who had always been proud of the dragon race, began to tremble. The recovery speed of his body could no longer keep up with the consumption. Just as Long Quang had no choice but to brace himself and withstand the puppet's repeated attacks, he suddenly felt a pain in his limbs. Then, there was a similar pain in his neck. Long Quang was shocked. Just as he was about to resist, it was already too late. His limbs were locked tightly, and even his head was hooked by an incomparably sharp hook. As he struggled, the hook dug deeper into his flesh, causing him to suffer even more. It was originally a powerful magic treasure of the dragon race, but it was used on Long Quang. Furthermore, the 5 hooks of the Murong sisters happened to hook onto a spot where Long Quang couldn't break free and was in extreme pain. The puppet also directly jumped onto Long Quang's head and assumed an attacking posture. Once the Murong sisters made their move, it would launch a fatal attack on Long Quang. After struggling a few times, Long Quang gave up under the combination of pain and exhaustion. He quietly remained motionless, allowing the Murong sisters to bring his huge body in front of Yang Chen. Chapter 2252. Without waiting for Yang Chen to say anything, the Murong sisters retracted their hooks and puppet. Then, they returned to Yang Chen's side as if nothing had happened. They did not care about the 5 deep wounds on Long Quang's body that were continuously bleeding. In the end, Yang Chen appeared with a smile. Not only did he throw 2 Lingji mushroom jade pills into Long Quang's mouth, he did not forget to help him stop the bleeding. At the same time, he let the blood demon vine flying sword swallow the blood that had already flowed out. Other than the Lingji mushroom jade pills, there were also more than 10 essence nurturing pills. This was the simplest 8 revolution pill that could allow Long Quang to quickly recover his strength. After a long while, Long Quang finally regained his spirit and returned to his human form. There was no need for Yang Chen to say anything. Long Quang was already a little ashamed. If it was an ordinary cultivator, this level of blow would be enough to make him realize the difference between him and Yang Chen's family and then go back to work hard in cultivation. However, Long Quang was different. After a simple recovery, he was still unconvinced. This is because of the powerful golden immortal puppet. It can't be considered your own ability. Even if this was what he thought in his heart and he was unconvinced, when Long Quang said this, he was still abnormally embarrassed. He could not even raise his head in front of Yang Chen. However, Long Quang had no choice but to hold on. At the very least, he could not let Aolan owe a huge favor because of him. Before Aolan returned, Long Quang had to completely resolve this matter. Otherwise, he did not know if he would still have the face to face Aolan. Yang Chen's family stared at Long Quang and did not say anything for a long time. Long Quang's head was almost lowered to the ground. This was truly a great humiliation. Ever since Long Quang was born, he had never experienced such a humiliating moment. You can rest first. We'll talk about it after you've completely recovered. Yang Chen finally spoke. Without waiting for Long Quang to say anything, he directly blocked the words that Long Quang wanted to say. If you lose again, you will have a reason to say that you are being dragged around. In addition, I'm afraid your guidance will have to be calculated from 0. It would have been better if he didn't say the last sentence. The moment he said the last sentence, Long Quang's eyes turned bloodshot. However, Xiao Chen could not do anything about it. After all, he was the one who started all of this. Since he wanted to help Ao Lan clear her debt, he could only follow his own suggestion. Enduring this humiliation, Long Quang sat far away and began to recover. Yang Chen was kind enough to give him 2 spirit veins for him to absorb. In less than half a day, Long Quang had already recovered to his original state under the dual effects of medicinal pills and spiritual veins. Junkie Wushuang, please give me some pointers. Seeing Long Quang coming over, Yang Chen did not waste any more words and directly let Tao Junkie and Shi Wushuang go forward. This was also good. It saved Long Quang the time to speak, and it also made Long Quang less awkward. Tao Junkie and Shi Wushuang were both currently at the peak of the sky immortal stage. With the cultivation of such human cultivators, even 10 of them would not be a match for Long Quang before his rebirth. It was the same for the Murong sisters previously. However, the puppets of the Murong sisters were powerful, but Tao Junkie and Shi Wushuang did not have such powerful puppets. Long Quang had a lot more confidence in dealing with the 2 of them. Mr. Long, Junkie has long been familiar with the fire nature of the purple sun dragon fire. However, you have not experienced her pure true fire before. Please give me some pointers. Yang Chen did not forget to tell Long Quang what Tao Junkie was best at. He also did not forget to remind Long Quang to be careful of Shi Wushuang. In addition, Wushuang has a few helpers. Mr. Long, please give me some pointers. It was not easy for Long Quang to have absolute confidence. How could he be disturbed by Yang Chen's words? He only said coldly with a sullen face, "Come." Tao Junkie's body was already surrounded by a formless flame. Long Quang was originally an expert in playing with fire. When he saw this scene, he could not help but take it seriously. Pure true fire was the purest fire among all the fire seeds. His own purple sun dragon fire might not necessarily be able to gain the upper hand. Just as Yang Chen said, Tao Junkie was very familiar with the purple sun dragon fire, but Long Quang himself was not familiar with the pure true fire. However, when he saw Shi Wushuang's helpers, even though Long Quang was already mentally prepared, he almost couldn't help but curse out loud. The 12 Penglai Divine Wood Demons directly formed a formation that he could not understand. Let's not talk about the formation first, but there were 12 Penglai Divine Wood Demons. Wood restrains earth. This kind of guy who claimed that there was no limit to the speed of cultivation was the nemesis of his current body's innate spirit root. Moreover, these tree demons were all at the peak of the Xian immortal stage. Just dealing with the 12 of them was not an easy task. What Long Quang didn't know was that this was only half of Shi Wushuang's helpers. The other half was still in the Dragon Palace. While they were the masters of the house, they were also responsible for the damage suffered by Shi Wushuang and his companions. They were directly rooted in the spirit vein, and with the medicinal pills refined by Yang Chen, the recovery speed of their injuries was simply incredible. Now Long Quang was facing this kind of situation that he could not understand. In order to quickly break through this unknown formation, he had to use a quick way to end the battle. No matter how the other people attacked, all the attack power was concentrated on one of them. As long as one of them was eliminated, the formation would break by itself. Relying on his rough skin and thick flesh, the pressure of the pure true fire burning outside his body, and the attack of Shi Wushuang on the side, Long Quang directly chased after a Penglai Divine Wood Demon, trying to break the advantage of the Penglai Divine Wood Demon in the shortest time possible. The idea was good, and the method could not be wrong. The only thing that Long Quang miscalculated was the endurance of the Penglai Divine Wood Demon. Obviously, the other party was injured and vomited blood after receiving his full-strength attack, but in the blink of an eye, before his second attack was released, the other party had already recovered. What was going on? Dozens of consecutive attacks, the effect was exactly the same, there was almost no change. Long Quang couldn't help but vomit blood. If he continued to fight like this, the other party would not be killed by him, and he would die of exhaustion first. The pure Yin True Fire had already penetrated the barrier of the purple Yang Dragon Fire, and began to burn his skin. Long Quang had no choice but to change his target and change it to Tao Junkie, who was the biggest threat to him now. However, in front of Tao Junkie, there was still Shi Wuxuang blocking. He couldn't kill Shi Wuxuang, but that didn't mean he couldn't hurt her. Before Long Quang made his move, he first warned loudly, "Be careful," and then made his move. Yang Chen, who was watching from afar, heard this guy's warning and nodded slightly. Finally, he found another acceptable reason. However, even if he told him to be careful 1,000 times, Long Quang probably didn't know that Shi Wuxuang could share life with 24 Penglai Divine Wood Demon. Chapter 2253. Boom! Shi Wuxuang and Long Quang's fists met face to face. In Long Quang's imagination, Shi Wuxuang should have been sent flying by his punch, and then injured and unable to fight. Although he did not use his full strength, for a human cultivator at the peak of the Heaven Immortal realm, this punch was enough for Shi Wuxuang. However, the scene that Long Quang had expected did not appear. Shi Wuxuang and Long Quang punched each other, but they didn't move at all. Shi Wuxuang's face flushed red and the sound of spirit force being destroyed came from her body. But in the blink of an eye, Shi Wuxuang's face returned to normal, and she even had a smile on her face. How was this possible? Long Quang could not believe his eyes. Although he didn't use his full strength, Shi Wuxuang, a mere peak Heaven Immortal, was able to withstand the power of a golden immortal expert's punch and act as if nothing happened? Long Quang did not believe it and punched again, increasing the power of his attack. He had to do this, even if it would seriously injure Shi Wuxuang, because the Penglai Divine Wood Demons behind him had brought great pressure to his body, and the pure Yin True Fire had really begun to offset the purple Yang Dragon Fire that he had lost and recovered with great difficulty, and began to burn his dragon scales. The feeling of being burned by the Yin Fire was not good, especially since Long Quang was originally a master of playing with fire. He knew what kind of damage it would cause to his body. Under such pressure, he could only defeat Shi Wuxuang as soon as possible in order to have a chance of winning. Boom! Another punch landed. Shi Wuxuang stood in place, still not moving at all. However, this time, a trace of blood flowed from the corner of Shi Wuxuang's mouth. Her arm was directly broken. However, with such an injury, she still stood firmly in front of Long Quang. She did not take a single step back. However, in the span of a breath, Long Quang discovered that Shi Wuxuang's broken arm had instantly recovered, as if it had never been injured. There was still a trace of blood at the corner of his mouth, but his previously disordered breathing had instantly returned to normal. Long Quang's eyes widened. He simply couldn't believe his eyes. Even if the recovery ability of a wood-type cultivator was outstanding, it shouldn't be this outstanding, right? A little girl at the peak of Heaven Immortal Realm was not at a disadvantage when fighting against a golden Immortal Realm expert of the dragon race? With his tail sinking, Long Quang realized that something was wrong. His tail was stepped on by a Penglai Divine Wood Demon, and then it seemed to be rooted, and his tail could no longer swing freely. The dragon race's body was powerful, especially the Earth attribute dragon race. However, even if Quang used all his strength, it would not be to him. Like a chain reaction, just as the tail touched the ground, the lower half of the body was also forcefully pressed to the ground by a mountain-like pressure. What Quang didn't know was that the 12 origin C formation was not only a formation to the formation 2. What Long Quang didn't know was that the 12 primary time C suppression formation wasn't just a formation to guard the mansion. Even the C could be suppressed, let alone a mere expert of the Dragon Clan. No matter how strong Long Quang was, he didn't have Yang Chen's craziness. Especially the Penglai Divine Wood Demon, which completely restrained the dragon puppet's innate earth attribute. After being suppressed by the 12 origin C formation, most of his body could no longer move. Although Long Quang no longer had a single innate attribute, but he had full postnatal 5 elements spirit root. However, the time was still very short. Long Quang had only entered his new body for a mere 10 years. He had not adapted at all, not to mention being able to use the advantage of all his attributes. He could only watch helplessly as his body was suppressed. Shi Wuxuang finally began to fight back. The moment she took out the flying sword, Long Quang's eyes widened once again. A flying sword refined from an entire Penglai divine wood. Could it be that Penglai divine wood was so cheap that it could be taken out so easily? At this time, Long Quang remembered how ridiculous it was for him to want to use the treasures of his fire dragon palace to compensate Yang Chen. He couldn't even imagine what he could casually take out. Only the fire dragon palace itself and some dragon soul incense were more precious. As for the other things, they didn't even have the qualifications to be taken out. Of course, this was because Fire Dragon didn't know how precious the black bracelet was. To be exact, the bracelet was very ordinary, but the materials used to refine the bracelet were exceptionally precious. That was the material used to refine the diamond chakram. Unfortunately, Fire Dragon didn't know what it was and thought that it was just a sturdy storage bracelet. Moreover, because it was too heavy, it was extremely inconvenient to use, so he never paid much attention to it. Boom! The last 2 Penglai Divine Wood demons had already pressed down on Long Quang's neck. Right now, the proud Long Quang could only shake his head left and right. He no longer had the freedom to move. Shi Wuxuang's Penglai Divine Wood flying sword had already pierced more than half of Long Quang's eyes. However, Long Quang didn't seem to feel this intense pain. All that was left in his mind was the dense despair of defeat. It was only a burst of intense burning pain that brought Long Quang back to his senses. That was the Yin fire controlled by Tao Junkie. At this moment, it had completely defeated the purple sun dragon fire and burned all over Long Quang's body. Even though Long Quang was an expert in playing with fire, his life fire seed was broken and the pure Yin true fire could still bring him fatal damage. This state lasted for more than 10 breaths before Yang Chen coughed slightly in the distance. Hearing her husband's cough, Shi Wuxuang pulled out the flying sword from between Long Quang's eyes. Tao Junkie also withdrew all of the pure Yin true fire. The 12 Penglai divine wood demons quickly disappeared and returned to the Dragon Palace. Under the powerful pressure of the 12 origin star C suppression formation, Long Quang's body suffered great damage. Yang Chen had no choice but to take out 10-8 Revolution Merit Ganoderma J-Do pills for Long Quang to consume. Then, he mobilized 5 spiritual veins to nourish him. Only then did Long Quang recover. However, although his body had recovered, the mental devastation brought about by the successive blows was not something that could be alleviated in a day or two. Even though Long Quang was a powerful dragon, when he was defeated by an enemy that was completely impossible to defeat, his strength did not help at all. Instead, it became an obstacle that prevented him from walking out of the predicament in his heart. "Mr. Long, it looks like your guidance is not very effective for the time being." Yang Chen was drinking wine not far away. He said to Long Quang unhurriedly, "If this goes on, I'm afraid that the favor that big sister Olan owes will not be repaid in this lifetime." When he said this, Long Quang's despaired heart immediately came back to life. The thought of solving all the problems for his girlfriend once again prevailed. His fighting spirit soared once again. "You guys can't always be together. If you fight one-on-one, you will always need pointers." Long Quang did not care about how humiliating his previous failure was. He said loudly, no matter what, he had to get back at the situation. Chapter 2254. I admire your spirit of never giving up. Yang Chen's words were like needles that pierced into Long Quang's heart. However, Yang Chen didn't care about what Long Quang was thinking. He continued, Unfortunately, I have to start from the beginning. Long Quang no longer transformed into a human form. He maintained his dragon form. He didn't care about the content of Yang Chen's words. He only said coldly, "Who is my next opponent?" AI. Yang Chen sighed and shook his head slightly. He called out to Sun Qingxue, "Xiao Shui, please give me some pointers, Mr. Long." Sun Qingxue slowly walked in front of Long Quang with a smile. She politely bowed to Long Quang and said, "Please give me some pointers, Mr. Long." The smile on Sun Qingxue's face was extremely deceptive. At the very least, Long Quang fell for it. He thought that Sun Qingxue was showing weakness. Thinking about it, it was normal. Sun Qingxue was only a late-stage Heaven Immortal Junior. Facing a golden immortal expert of the dragon race, her chances of winning in a one-on-one battle were not high. Long Quang was also determined to get back around from Sun Qingxue. Otherwise, he wouldn't have the face to appear in front of Yang Chen again. If this goes on, Aolan's debt would never be paid off. No matter what, he must win. He can only win. In the face of Sun Qingxue's soft and weak salute, Long Quang also nodded and said with the bearing of a senior, "You make the first move." "Mr. Long, are you sure?" Sun Qingxue couldn't believe her ears. She asked in surprise. "Humph." Long Quang was really a little angry. Yang Chen's women were really spoiled by Yang Chen. Each and every one of them didn't know the immensity of the heavens and earth. Even if he lost, Long Quang didn't feel that it was his problem. In the 3 consecutive battles, many people fought together. Lady Fanghua took 30 concubines, the 5 Murong sisters plus the puppets, Tao Junqi, Shi Wushuang, and 12 Penglai divine wood demons. He was alone, so it was normal for him to fail. But what did Sun Qingxue mean by this? Could it be that letting her make the first move in a one-on-one battle was an insult to her? The current Long Quang did not notice in the slightest that he had already accepted his previous failure and admitted that he was no match for so many people. This was something that he could not have imagined in the past. But a series of facts forced him to face up to this situation. He definitely couldn't lose to Sun Qingxue. "Sir, please be careful, Little Snow is about to make her move." Seeing how resolute Long Quang's attitude was, Sun Qingxue once again bowed politely. After bowing, he took 2 steps back, indicating that he was about to make a move. In fact, Long Quang was already extremely careful. No matter how arrogant he was after 3 consecutive defeats, he would no longer underestimate anyone. Although his tone was still the same, he had already made the greatest preparations in his heart. What Long Quang never expected was that Sun Qingxue, this seemingly delicate little girl, would be so powerful when she made her move. Of course, there was also a lot of unexpected things. Aolan had told Long Quang before that Sun Qingxue had the Jasper Dragon entangling demonic vine on her body. Furthermore, she had used it on all the dragon race members that Aolan knew, allowing them to adapt to the dragon entangling grass for a long time and finally break free from the shackles of the dragon entangling grass. Including Long Quang's current physical body, he had experienced the shackles of the dragon entangling grass for 300 years. In theory, he would no longer be afraid of any dragon entangling grass. If Sun Qingxue wanted to rely on the dragon entangling grass to deal with Long Quang, it would definitely be a waste of effort. It was precisely because of this that Long Quang was so confident. This was because other than the dragon entangling grass, Sun Qingxue did not seem to have any other means of attack that could threaten her. However, Sun Qingxue used the dragon entangling grass as an attack. Furthermore, the moment she made her move, it was very powerful. Countless dragon entangling grass wrapped around Long Quang's body tightly. This was not all. The blood-sucking demonic vine also started to drill into Long Quang's skin frantically, wanting to devour Long Quang's flesh and blood. Just as Long Quang thought that he could easily break free from the shackles of the dragon entangling grass, a feeling of powerlessness filled Long Quang's mind. His body actually did not listen to his commands and was completely bound by the dragon entangling grass. Long Quang's body was wrapped like a dumpling. Sun Qingxue did not stand on ceremony at all. She picked up this huge dumpling and started smashing it in all directions. Looking from afar, the petite Sun Qingxue looked like she was swinging a huge chain hammer in her hands, smashing it in all directions. Boom! 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 After dozens of smashes, Long Quang had completely turned from a proud dragon into a limp shrimp that could not move. Who knew how many of his bones were broken? He was limp as he fell to the ground. He was only breathing in but not out. He looked like he was on the verge of death. He did not look like a dragon expert at all. How is this possible? Long Quang's first thought was disbelief. Aolan would not lie to him. Originally, the dragon puppet's body was already used to the dragon entangling grass. It must have been because it was used to the dragon entangling grass. However, why was he feeling so powerless after being bound by the dragon entangling grass? Sigh. In the distance, Yang Chen sighed again. His tone was filled with sorrow for Long Quang's misfortune and anger at Long Quang's incompetence. His words also reached Long Quang's ears. The physical body adapting to the dragon entangling grass is a matter of the physical body. However, your spiritual body has never experienced it before. How could it adapt? Only now did Long Quang understand. So, it was all because of him. Although his physical body was not afraid of the dragon entangling grass, it did not mean that he could endure the feeling that the dragon entangling grass brought to his physical body. In the end, it was because of the time of his reincarnation. Even this body had not completely adapted to it. Against Sun Qingxue's powerful dragon entangling grass, failure was inevitable. At this moment, Long Quang wanted to cry but no tears came out. He felt that he was too much of a failure. He could not even control his physical body that had already adapted to the dragon entangling grass. He could not control that feeling. This made Long Quang, who never lowered his head, unable to imagine how far he had fallen. The pain of all the broken bones in his body could not compare to the pain in Long Quang's heart. He really wanted to shout and ask why, but he could not make a sound. Sun Qingxue had already stopped and retracted all the Jasper Dragon entangling blood demon vines. She had only used the power of the dragon entangling grass. Before the demonic devouring vines and blood demon vines could display their might, Long Quang had already become a soft persimmon. There was no sense of accomplishment. However, Sun Qingxue still politely bowed to Long Quang, who had turned into a ball, and said, "Please guide me, Mr. Long." Long Quang was speechless, and Yang Chen quickly threw a few Lingji mushroom jade pills into his mouth, and by the way, he straightened his body, and watched him slowly begin to recover. Only then was he relieved. However, Sun Qingxue did not seem to have any intention of letting Long Quang go. She once again bowed to Long Quang. "Please guide me, Mr. Long." Chapter 2255. This time, all the bones in Long Quang's body were injured. It was not enough for Yang Chen to just use the Lingji Du pill. He even used 2 broken limb regeneration pills to speed up the recovery of Long Quang's bones. This prevented any accidents from happening to Long Quang. However, when Long Quang faced Sun Qingxue's sincere request for guidance, he could not even raise his head. This time, he did not have much to say. There was no need to fake a one-on-one fight. How could he quibble? It is not a sin for Mr. Long to be unable to defeat the dragon entanglement grass. However, Yang Chen still smiled as he tried to excuse Long Quang. This means that Mr. Long has always been following the teachings of your ancestors. You are worthy of admiration. Yang Chen's words finally made Long Quang feel better. However, he still felt very awkward. It was because the Dragon Race Princess Aolan made the decision to let the Dragon Race experts fight against the Dragon Entanglement Grass. If he felt better, it would mean that he felt that Aolan was in the wrong. If he felt that Aolan was in the right, then Yang Chen's praise for him would be full of mockery. It looks like Mr. Long will not have the chance to settle the score for now. Yang Chen did not care about Long Quang's thoughts. He directly said, "How about Mr. Long recuperate for a period of time? When you are completely healed and your cultivation has improved, I will give you some pointers." Aolan would be back after a period of time. She would definitely not approve of Long Quang's actions this time. If Long Quang could not resolve the problem this time, he would not have a good ending waiting for him. It was as he said earlier. In terms of cultivation, he was not a match for Aolan. If he made Aolan anxious, she might personally teach him a lesson. At that time, he would not be able to bear the consequences. No way. Long Quang was thoroughly provoked by Yang Chen's family to the point of going crazy. He had to get back at them, even if it was just one round. He could not lose face for Aolan with a complete defeat. The current Long Quang was no longer thinking about whether Yang Chen's family was qualified or not. What he needed to do now was to get back a victory. Yang Chen sighed and shook his head. He could only suggest, "Then you should rest for a while. We'll talk about it after you've recovered enough." After that, he turned to the girls and shouted, "Shanshan, you can ask Mr. Long later." Sure, Shanshan still maintained her iceberg-like expression as she stood up. She looked at Long Quang as if she was looking at an ice-cold dead object. This fellow dared to speak rudely to her husband and even belittled her sisters. If she didn't teach him an unforgettable lesson, she wouldn't be able to show off Sure Shanshan's methods. Long Quang had already restrained himself a lot, and no longer dared to be as arrogant as before. When Yang Chen asked him to rest for a while, he obediently rested. He did not have the slightest impulse to step forward. He now regarded Yang Chen's family as a powerful opponent, no longer the kind of soft persimmon that he could squash. After a long while, Long Quang finally stood up and stretched his body. After being smashed so many times by Sun Qingxue, just the weight of his body, and the fact that he was unable to move after being bound by the dragon-entangled grass, had caused him to suffer severe external injuries. Fortunately, Yang Chen's pills were very powerful. After such a long time, he felt that he had already recovered to his peak. It could be said that he was at his peak. It was undeniable that after experiencing the previous few failures, the fusion between his body and spirit body had greatly increased. Even the gap between his mental state and physical body cultivation had narrowed. A sufficiently intense and dangerous battle would be able to reduce this gap, and the previous battle had clearly reached this level. Sure Shanshan stood there like an unsheathed sword, the sword qi on her body soaring into the sky. It wasn't that Sure Shanshan couldn't control herself, but that her anger had stimulated her into such a state. She didn't hide her most powerful attack, and faced Long Quang head-on. Long Quang wasn't frightened by Sure Shanshan's sword qi in the slightest. On the contrary, he was already a little eager to give it a try. He, Long Quang, finally treated the Heaven Immortal Jr. in front of him as a worthy opponent. Therefore, his attitude became serious and he no longer looked down on him like before. One man and one dragon faced each other in such a strange manner. It looked like they were about to launch their next attack. At this moment, something suddenly happened on Yang Chen's side. "Wait!" Just as Long Quang was about to make his move, Yang Chen suddenly shouted, causing Long Quang to lose almost half of the power that he had accumulated with great difficulty. Long Quang was enraged. He turned to Yang Chen with extreme dissatisfaction and shouted, "What else do you want?" "Nothing, I just wanted to remind you." Yang Chen didn't care about Long Quang's attitude at all and continued to say, "Shanshan only has the strength to make one strike. If she can't succeed in one strike, then she will admit defeat. Mr. Long, you only promised to give pointers, you can't seriously injure Shanshan." There was also an opponent who told the other party that he only had the strength of one person before making a move. Long Quang didn't know if Yang Chen was being arrogant or if he was deliberately angering him. Could it be that this heaven immortal stage Shi Shanshan in front of him could defeat him with a single strike? When he thought of this, Long Quang's anger increased exponentially. Since that was the case, he would let these children, who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth, see what the true wrath of the Dragon Clan was. And, at most, it would just be a slight injury to Shi Shanshan. As long as she didn't die, it would be fine. In any case, Yang Chen had a lot of healing pills. "You're still not going to make a move?" Long Quang roared at Yang Chen. "If you feel like you can't beat him, then change to someone else." Long Quang, who was roaring angrily, didn't notice that although Shi Shanshan's expression didn't change, her eyes flashed with a sharp light. How was Yang Chen's words reminding Long Quang not to be heavy-handed? He was simply warning Shi Shanshan not to kill him. This arrogant fellow actually didn't thank his husband for this, and even shouted at him. Good, he originally planned to only injure him 3 times, but now he had to injure him 7 times. Long Quang didn't even know that he had angered the most ruthless female fiend of Yang Chen's family. After shouting at Yang Chen, he turned around and shouted at Shi Shanshan, "Stand here and don't move. Are you going to fight or not? If you're timid, then change to someone else. Please guide me." Shi Shanshan's ice-cold face turned even colder as she spoke to Long Quang first. This was to use diplomacy before force. This fellow was arrogant, but as her husband's woman, she couldn't let others feel that she lacked etiquette. After she finished speaking, Shi Shanshan didn't waste any more words. With a wave of her hand, a sword chi flew straight towards Long Quang. The speed of the sword chi was comparable to lightning. Just as Shi Shanshan raised her hand, the sword chi had already rushed in front of Long Quang's mouth. Before Long Quang could even close his mouth, the sword chi directly rushed into his mouth, passed through his throat, and entered his stomach. Seeing this scene, Long Quang was shocked. He closed his mouth, but it was as if he didn't bite anything. He could only circulate all the spiritual energy in his body, trying his best to block the sword chi that entered his body. Chapter 2256. In an instant, Long Quang felt as if a line of fire had pierced into his abdomen from his throat. Then, it spread towards the depths of his body, through his chest and abdomen, and came out from his dragon tail. With a burning sensation, Long Quang felt as if he had lost all his strength in an instant. Sure enough, it was just a single strike. The powerful physical body that Long Quang was so proud of and his powerful spiritual energy were useless in front of this sword chi. He could even clearly feel that his body had been pierced by the sword chi, like a tong hulu on a bamboo stick. However, the bamboo stick had already been pulled out in the opposite direction, leaving only a hole in his body. Bright red dragon blood flowed out of the hole on Long Quang's back. Long Quang could no longer speak because the dragon blood in his mouth had already filled up his huge dragon mouth. Long Quang's current body was extremely strong, so although the sword chi had pierced through Long Quang's internal organs, it did not directly take away Long Quang's life. Of course, this was also the result of Shi Shanshan showing mercy. She did not directly aim at Long Quang's brain and heart. Otherwise, Long Quang would have directly died. But even so, Long Quang's current state was similar to the time when he was forced to be frozen. If he was not treated in time, he would only be able to hold on for a few years at most and slowly die while struggling at death's door. With Yang Chen present, he naturally would not let such a thing happen. Therefore, in the next moment when Long Quang was still conscious, Yang Chen had already flown forward and threw more than 10 Virtue Ganoderma J-Do pills into Long Quang's mouth. The 8 Revolution pills, coupled with Yang Chen's Merit Chapter's refinement, quickly helped Long Quang stop the internal and external bleeding. After the powerful medicinal power stopped the bleeding, it began to repair the injured internal organs and opened up the injured meridians. Although it was said to be a serious injury to the internal organs, it was actually a big hole. However, if Long Quang directly consumed the pill, the medicinal effect might not be enough. Yang Chen's immortal slaying blade lit up and turned into a long and narrow knife. He directly dug into Long Quang's flesh and buried the pellets into his body, just like before he was reborn. Dozens of medicinal pills were buried from the dragon's head to the dragon's tail. Seeing that the flesh that Yang Chen had dug open had already begun to recover, Yang Chen let out a long sigh of relief. Finally, the treatment was timely, and Long Quang was pulled back from the state of being on the verge of death. Turning around, Yang Chen glared at Shi Shanshan. This disobedient woman's attack was too heavy. It would have been enough to just give him a piercing wound in any other direction. In the end, she pierced through Long Quang from head to toe. Although he knew that she was venting her anger because Long Quang roared at him, Yang Chen still had to put on an act. Shanshan, can't you be a little gentler? Yang Chen directly started to reprimand Shi Shanshan. Don't tell me that so many spirit pills are free. You clearly only need to use 2 or 3 pills to solve the problem, but you have to spend dozens or even hundreds of pills. If you do this again, I'll let you accompany your husband in concocting pills. Shi Shanshan's ice-cold face finally changed into a mischievous one. She made a face at Yang Chen, and then returned to her serious appearance. She walked to the front of Long Quang and bowed slightly. I'm sorry, Mr. Long, I was too heavy-handed, please give me some pointers. Long Quang, who had just heaved a sigh of relief, heard Yang Chen's reason for reprimanding Shi Shanshan, and then saw Shi Shanshan's actions, causing him to spit out another mouthful of blood. Of course, the huge dragon body was just a mouthful of blood to him, but when it landed on the ground, it almost formed a lake of dragon blood. Scolding Shi Shanshan was not because she had hurt him, but because she had wasted too many pills. In other words, in the eyes of Yang Chen's family, a dignified expert of the dragon clan was not even comparable to a few pills. How could Long Quang endure this? What was even more unacceptable was that even he felt that it was a waste now that he thought about it. Yang Chen had clearly warned him that Shi Shanshan only had the strength to make a single attack. As long as he dodged that sword chi, it would be fine. However, he had to force himself to take it head-on, which was why he ended up like this. Long Quang was very clear about his own injuries. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's quick actions and his willingness to use spirit pills, he wouldn't have been able to pull him back from the gates of hell. Otherwise, not long after he was reborn, he would have to enter that kind of frozen hibernation state again. And this was actually caused by a junior with the cultivation of a heaven immortal. Shi Shanshan's sword chi had completely shattered Long Quang's illusory pride, causing him to truly begin to look at Yang Chen's family seriously. This wasn't a case of relying on numbers to bully others, nor was it a case of relying on the dragon race's nemesis, the dragon entanglement grass, to suppress them. It was a true crushing of strength. Regardless of whether Long Quang admitted it or not, he knew that he probably wouldn't be able to withstand that sword chi. Even if he had already raised his mental state to match his current physical body, he still wouldn't be able to withstand that sword chi. If he met Shi Shanshan, he could only dodge. There was no way he could fight against Shi Shanshan face to face. A dignified golden immortal expert of the dragon clan, when he met a heaven immortal human cultivator junior, he could only hide and escape. He couldn't fight. This realization was even more depressing than defeating him, because this was the conclusion he came to after weighing the pros and cons. It wasn't something that others had instilled in him. Even if Sun Qingxue defeated him with the dragon entanglement grass, Long Quang could still argue that he hadn't adapted to the dragon entanglement grass yet. One day, when he adapted to it, Sun Qingxue's fighting style wouldn't be able to succeed. However, when facing Shi Shanshan, he didn't have the confidence at all. Even if he was twice as strong as he was now, he still didn't have the confidence to withstand the attack of that sword chi. Shi Shanshan was still waiting for his guidance. This was truly a huge joke. It was already good enough that he wasn't being guided, but he still wanted to guide her? Long Quang curled his body into a ball. This posture should be the legendary dragon coil. However, Long Quang didn't feel excited at all. He was only thinking about how to face the awkward situation in front of him. Shanshan's attack is heavy and powerful. This is all because of the sword chi she cultivates. It has nothing to do with her own strength. Just as he was hesitating, Yang Chen had already found an excuse for Long Quang. Furthermore, she only has the strength of one attack. She often can't control it well. This match doesn't count. This match doesn't count. Let's start from the beginning. Hearing her husband's words that sounded like he was comforting Long Quang, even someone as cold and elegant as Shi Shanshan couldn't help but roll her eyes at Yang Chen. After bowing to Long Quang once again, Shi Shanshan slowly walked back to the group of women. She didn't even look over. Long Quang's head was so low that it was about to touch the ground. He really didn't have the face to say anything. It looked like he could only accept the lesson this time and wait for Ao Lan to come back and admit his mistake. How about Mr. Long give a Ling some pointers? Yang Chen, who was at the side, suggested again. A Ling's cultivation is high. She has already reached the Xian Immortal level. She should be able to fight evenly with Mr. If Mr. gives her some pointers, she can also save a life. Chapter 2257. Xian Immortal Cultivation? Long Quang's attention was diverted by Yang Chen's words. Suddenly, he thought of something and asked, "She isn't the one with the highest cultivation among your wives, right? The one with the highest cultivation? Aling? No." Yang Chen shook his head. Although Gong Suanling's cultivation was rising rapidly, she was not the one with the highest cultivation. The one with the highest cultivation was Zhou Xianying. After the seal was undone, Zhou Xianying had the strength of a peak Xian Immortal. She was only a step away from entering the Golden Immortal realm. Furthermore, Zhou Xianying's Xian Immortal was a true Xian Immortal, a Xian Immortal expert who had passed the Heaven Immortal tribulation. In addition, the heavenly phoenix Zither was one of the few magic treasures in the immortal world. It was even personally refined by Big Brother Li Cheng. Yang Chen did not plan to use Zhou Xianying at all. There was no need to use Zhou Xianying to deal with Long Quang, who was at most a Xian Immortal with a golden immortal physical body. However, Yang Chen did not want to use Zhou Xianying, but Long Quang did not think so. Although he had already suffered enough from the women in front of him, when Yang Chen recommended Gong Sunling, he still tried his best to fight with Zhou Xianying, who had the highest cultivation. No matter what, Long Quang had already thrown his face into the deepest trench in the ocean in the previous few matches. He only wanted to get back the dignity of the dragon race. As for whether or not he could make up for the favor that Ao Lan owed, Long Quang had already given up all hope. Yang Chen's family was all abnormal, none of them were simple. "I'll ask your wife, who has the highest cultivation, for advice." Long Quang no longer had the arrogant tone from before. It was a tone of seeking advice. If it wasn't for what he said earlier, this would have been a harmonious sparring process. "Are you sure?" Not only Yang Chen, even the other women were stunned by Long Quang's request. He had just recovered from the ravages of the women, and now he was challenging Zhou Xianying, who had the strongest cultivation? Did this fellow's brain break when he was reborn? All of their faces were filled with an inconceivable expression. The music that Zhou Xianying usually played for the girls was basically music that was helpful for cultivation, and she had never used the sound of killing on them. Even so, the girls could understand how powerful Zhou Xianying was. Often when listening to Zhou Xianying's music, they unconsciously entered a state of cultivation. Of course, part of the reason was that they trusted Zhou Xianying, but Zhou Xianying's superb zither skills and powerful strength were also very important reasons. Now that Long Quang wants to challenge Zhou Xianying, he really has a feeling of overestimating himself. That was an expert sent down from the immortal world, not a native cultivator of the spirit world. Of course, Long Quang definitely didn't know about this, so it was understandable that he was confused for a moment. What's wrong? You only have the looks? At this critical moment, Long Quang's instinct to talk dirty once again appeared, allowing him to successfully win Zhou Xianying's special attention. With Yang Chen's nourishment, her days were comfortable, and the seal had long been removed. She was more beautiful than a flower, and her husband doted on her. Zhou Xianying's character was no longer as perverse as Granny Tianqin. However, this didn't mean that Zhou Xianying suddenly became a housewife that could be casually bullied. After all, she was the biological daughter of an important figure in the immortal world, and at the same time, she was also a cultivator with a high cultivation. In the past, many people who dared to speak to her like this had already turned into bones. Calm down. Just give him a little lesson, don't kill him. Yang Chen had no choice but to say some good words to Zhou Xianying, in case she killed Long Quang in a moment of anger, and it would be hard to explain to big sister Aolan. It's fine, husband, this concubine understands. Zhou Xianying had never gone overboard with Yang Chen, and she had always called herself a concubine. Now it was the same. She smiled at Yang Chen and said, "This concubine will learn from little sister Shanshan and stop after teaching him a little lesson." Yang Chen heaved a sigh of relief as he let go of the boulder in his heart. When he turned his head to face Long Quang, he changed into a different expression. His face was filled with sympathy, and he didn't forget to draw a line under his neck as he lectured in a low voice, "You're courting death, don't blame others." Long Quang's expression changed drastically. Previously, no matter who challenged him, Yang Chen and the other girls didn't reveal such an expression. Why did everyone lose their composure when they challenged Zhou Xianying this time? Even a fool would know that he had kicked an iron plate this time. However, it was already too late for him to regret because Zhou Xianying's zither had already started playing. When the beautiful sound of the zither entered his ears, Long Quang immediately became vigilant. However, the expected sound of killing did not appear. Instead, it was a kind of zither sound that made people feel uncontrollably serene and tranquil. Listening to such a zither sound, even the most irritable person would slowly calm down. Especially in this kind of zither sound, one's mood would be completely relaxed. Whether it was cultivation or cultivating one's state of mind, it was an excellent aid. Long Quang didn't expect Zhou Xianying to treat him like this. He thought it was some kind of trap. Only after his mood had completely calmed down did he realize that Zhou Xianying was using the zither to help him recover. Perhaps this was Zhou Xianying's pride, and she didn't want to see an opponent who couldn't use 100% of his strength. That was why she made such a decision. This kind of method was very much to Long Quang's liking. He was such a proud person. He didn't even doubt that if he were to encounter such a situation, he would make the same choice. Since the other party had such good intentions, then Long Quang wouldn't refuse. The greatest respect for an opponent was to completely erupt with his own combat strength. Even if he failed, he would die without regret. However, Long Quang seemed to be happy a little too early. Just when he thought that his state of mind had completely calmed down, a surging zither sound instantly ignited his emotions. The sound of the zither was filled with the raging flames of battle, igniting the humiliation in Long Quang's heart caused by the girls taking turns to ravage him. His blazing emotions rose to the highest point, causing Long Quang to want to roar loudly in an instant, and then use the most hot-blooded method to fight. However, just as his emotions reached their peak, before he could even release them, another depressing zither sound rang in his ears. The zither sound contained failure and discouragement, which coincided with the emotions brought about by Long Quang's previous failure. In an instant, Long Quang's high spirits quickly disappeared, and humiliation, failure, and depression completely took over. Listening to the zither sound, Long Quang was completely unaware. He was trapped in a deep pit of his own emotions for a long time, unable to extricate himself. He was depressed to the extreme, as if in the next moment, he would not be able to get over it and end his own life. Chapter 2258. Perhaps Zhou Xianying felt that it was a little unkind to bully Long Quang like this, so she purposely stayed in the zither music that made Long Quang happy for a long time, so that he could enjoy a little more happiness. Zhou Xianying's zither music only affected Long Quang, but it had no effect on Yang Chen and the other girls. Everyone watched from the side. Zhou Xianying sat there motionlessly, relying only on her hands to control the zither strings, causing Long Quang to cry if he wanted to. If he wanted to be excited, he would be excited. If he wanted to be dispirited, he would be dispirited. When Long Quang's emotions fell to the lowest point, another tranquil and calm zither sound caused him to instantly dispel his desire to destroy himself and turn to another completely different emotion. Large droplets of tears fell from the dragon's eyes, forming two small pools on the ground. Everyone could hear the deep longing and reluctance in the roar. A few of the concubines were emotional. Perhaps it was because they thought of the separation with their husband, they also shed tears. This time, the zither music had a kind of longing that went deep into the bones. The zither music incited the reluctance and longing that Long Quang had when he was seriously injured many years ago, but he did not want to implicate Ao Lan. Even the arrogant Long Quang's eyes turned red from the zither music. He was just a step away from tears. This, Ying's background is extraordinary, and the power of her magic treasure is not small. It's a bit unfair. Yang Chen smiled and comforted Long Quang. Don't worry, losing to Ying is not shameful at all. This round doesn't count, it doesn't count. Yang Chen continued to be a good person. You haven't challenged Yu and Ling yet. Do you want to give it a try? Long Quang, who was about to attack, lost all his strength. His 4 limbs were injured, and his huge dragon body fell to the ground. Although he immediately used his spiritual energy to fly up, he could not avoid the impact just now. This kind of personal experience caused Long Quang to become more and more immersed in the atmosphere created by the sound of the zither. Regret, self-blame, hate that he did not work hard enough, and so on. Yang Chen and the girls, who were watching him from afar, could feel the difficulty he was in. Long Quang, who was immersed in all kinds of emotions and unable to extricate himself, suddenly woke up. He suddenly felt a strong killing intent, and his battle instincts made him choose to directly attack the threatening direction. After thinking about it, Long Quang's expression became abnormally wonderful. Fear was mixed with sluggishness and disbelief. He stopped in midair just like that, not even caring about the blood that kept flowing from his limbs. Under the gaze of Yang Chen's family, Long Quang was affected by Zhou Xianying's zither music. One moment he was crying, the next moment he was laughing, the next moment he was happy, the next moment he was troubled. In short, whatever Zhou Xianying wanted him to do, he would do. He had no strength to fight back at all. It could even be said that before he realized it, he had already fallen into Zhou Xianying's trap without any resistance. In the end, Yang Chen took the initiative to jump in front of Long Quang and threw 2 Ganoderma dew pills into his mouth. Only when the medicine began to take effect and began to heal his wounds did Long Quang react, and his eyes regained their luster. However, when he saw Yang Chen, he only opened his mouth wide and didn't say a word. At this point, Long Quang still didn't realize that there was any danger. He didn't understand that his emotions had been controlled by Zhou Xianying's zither music and couldn't control himself. Seeing that even her own people were affected, Zhou Xianying immediately changed the tune of the zither, changing her emotions from yearning to self-blame. This was practically designed according to Long Quang's experience. How could Long Quang possibly avoid such a meticulously designed zither music? Long Quang almost wanted to complain that she didn't say so earlier, but when he thought of his performance at that time, he still lowered his head. Then, Long Quang recalled everything that had happened before. Under Zhou Xianying's zither music, he actually didn't have the slightest bit of defense. He didn't have the slightest chance to make a move, nor did he have the slightest chance to resist. If Zhou Xianying wanted him to laugh, he would laugh. If she wanted him to cry, he would cry. To put it bluntly, if she wanted him to commit suicide, he would probably have to slit his own neck. In the end, seeing that Long Quang really didn't have any strength to resist, Zhou Xianying stopped using this method of controlling the zither music and directly played the sound of killing with 80% of her strength. Long Quang tasted all kinds of emotions. The only emotion that Zhou Xianying didn't let Long Quang try was hatred. Under the influence of Zhou Xianying's zither music, all kinds of emotions would be magnified several times. Zhou Xianying didn't want Long Quang to bury his unforgettable hatred for Yang Chen and his family deep in his heart. Perhaps it was because he was thinking of reuniting with Aolan, or perhaps it was because he was thinking of other happy things. In short, Long Quang looked extremely happy. He even involuntarily twisted his body. What else could Long Quang say? He was the one who insisted on challenging Zhou Xianying, who had the strongest cultivation. Originally, Yang Chen arranged for him to face the slightly weaker Gong Sunling. He brought all of this upon himself. Furthermore, Zhou Xianying's attack caused Long Quang to feel extreme fear. He didn't even know when he fell for it. Such an opponent was simply too terrifying. His cultivation was inferior to Aolan's. Even when he was severely injured, he still needed Aolan to save him. Even if he didn't hesitate to commit suicide, he still needed to rely on Aolan to owe countless favors to Yang Chen. In short, Long Quang was a burden in front of Aolan. He was always dragging her down. Under such a situation, it would be strange if Long Quang didn't blame himself. However, the zither music was faster than his attack. Suddenly, 4 bloody wounds appeared on Long Quang's 4 limbs. All of them were instantly injured by Zhou Xianying's sound of killing. Luckily, Zhou Xianying was kinder and didn't target his vitals. Otherwise, the damage brought by this sound of killing would be no less than Shi Shanshan's supreme pure yang sword qi. After Long Quang continued blaming himself for a while, the sound of Zhou Xianying's zither changed again. Long Quang's self-blame quickly disappeared and a smile appeared on his face. This time, Zhou Xianying gave him joy. Long Quang's emotions were still uncontrollable. This was especially so when he was forced to separate from Aolan after being together for more than 10 years. This made him feel even more emotional. At the start, he could still hold on. After a dozen breaths, Long Quang, who was known as the proudest person in the dragon race, could no longer hold back his tears. If it wasn't for this hidden emotion in his heart, he would not have taken the initiative to look for Yang Chen to help Aolan shoulder the debt of gratitude. He would also not have thought of using such a foolish method to offset the debt. Naturally, he would not have been abused by Yang Chen's women. Chapter 2259. The injuries on Long Quang's limbs quickly healed. The healing effect of the 8 Revolution Merit Ganoderma Jade Dew Pill was astonishing. Even with Long Quang's huge body, this kind of small injury recovered extremely quickly. Today I've lost. Faced with Yang Chen's suggestion, Long Quang directly admitted his defeat. Your family doesn't need my guidance. However, since it has already come to this point and there are only 2 left, wouldn't it be a waste of an opportunity if I don't experience it? This fellow seemed to have been convinced by Zhou Xianying's lesson. There was no longer a trace of arrogance in his tone, and his attitude had also become normal. However, it could not be denied that this fellow had a stubborn temper. Even though he had already admitted defeat in his heart, it was just as he had said. Since there was such an opportunity, he naturally had to experience it. He had already bowed 72 times, so he didn't need this last shiver. Ah Ling, spar with Mr. Long. Since Long Quang had already admitted defeat, Yang Chen did not provoke him with words. Even the pointers from before had been changed to sparring. Gong Sunling also obediently walked in front of Long Quang and extended her hand to make a gesture of invitation. This time, He was no longer in the position of being instructed, so he naturally did not need to perform that kind of etiquette. Long Quang was no longer in the form of a dragon and had once again returned to his human form. The expression on his face no longer had the arrogance from before, but was instead extremely serious. The battle prowess displayed by Yang Chen's wives and concubines almost made Long Quang go crazy. Until now, he had no choice but to pay 120% attention to the sparring with Gong's Sunling. Of course, he also understood that Gong's Sunling was not the one with the strongest cultivation. However, in the previous matches that he had lost, it seemed that the opponent's cultivation levels were not the highest. However, since Yang Chen had always placed Gong's Sunling and Gao Yu at the back, second only to Zhou Xianying, then Gong's Sunling and Gao Yu's strength must be very terrifying. Long Quang was only arrogant, but he was not a fool. How about we use the simplest method to fight head-on and punch each other? Facing the incomparably calm Gong's Sunling, Long Quang thought for a moment and made a suggestion that he felt was the most reliable. Sure. Gong's Sunling didn't refuse at all and nodded. Not far away, Yang Chen already wanted to cover his eyes and sigh. Long Quang didn't know if he was really stupid or if his luck was bad. Why did he have to come up with such a suggestion? What was the difference between exchanging blows with Gong's Sunling and seeking death? Unfortunately, Long Quang didn't know what a stupid suggestion he had made. If it was a normal battle, Gong's Sunling would have to rely on defense most of the time and exhaust Long Quang to death. But in a direct clash of fists, victory and defeat could be determined in an instant. Although Long Quang's human form looked very thin and weak, like a bookworm, when his fist came smashing over, it didn't give off such a feeling at all. Instead, it was extremely domineering, which was very compatible with Long Quang's original personality. Gong's Sunling did not underestimate Long Quang. After accumulating his strength for a long time, he punched towards Long Quang's incoming fist. Two fists that weren't too big directly smashed together. Boom, everything within a radius of a few hundred miles was shaken into smithereens. In Long Quang's mind, such a punch should be able to send Gong's Sunling flying in an instant. His control over his strength was still alright. It shouldn't be enough to seriously injure Gong's Sunling, but minor injuries were unavoidable. A dignified golden immortal expert, if he couldn't win against a heavenly immortal expert, how could he have the face to see others? However, the moment their fists collided, Long Quang realized that something was wrong. In the time it took for a spark to fly off a flint, he released 100% of the strength that he had held back. This punch was probably not as simple as it looked. The two fists only collided for an instant, but in Long Quang's heart, it was as if he had punched hundreds, thousands or even more cultivators. His own strength was infinitely dispersed, but his opponent's strength was completely concentrated. Suddenly, Long Quang's entire body flew up, like an arrow that had left the bow. He shot backward. While he was still in the air, the sound of bones breaking could be heard from his body. He couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Before his body could fly out, he had already fainted in the air. Yang Chen had already expected this situation. When Long Quang flew out, Yang Chen also flew out. It was just that one was passive and the other was active. He caught Long Quang's body in midair, but Yang Chen didn't dare to stop him immediately. Instead, he took advantage of the momentum and flew for a while. After dispelling some of the remaining force, he gently put Long Quang down. While flying, Yang Chen had already buried a few Ganoderma J-Do pills in Long Quang's body. Finally, he managed to hang on to Long Quang's life in time. After landing on the ground, there was another large pile of Ganoderma J-Do pills. He stuffed them into his mouth and buried them into his body. From start to finish, he had used up almost 100 spirit pills. Only then did Long Quang slowly start to recover. Finally, after an hour of help, Long Quang faintly woke up. As soon as he woke up, He saw Yang Chen and Gong Sunling, who was not far away, with an apologetic look on her face. He couldn't help but spit out another mouthful of blood. This time, it wasn't because of his injuries, but purely because of his own grievance. A dignified golden immortal expert of the dragon race actually lost to a human heaven immortal cultivator in a fist fight. His entire body was almost shattered by the other party's punch, causing him to vomit blood nonstop. This was obviously because the other party had shown mercy. Otherwise, he would have long since turned into a pile of minced meat. It was because Long Quang recognized this point that he vomited blood. Of course, Long Quang would never have dreamed that the number of cultivators who exchanged fists with him was not just in the tens of thousands, but in the billions. The refinement of the demon realm was imminent. Just the number of demonic beasts alone had already exceeded billions. It was only because of the heavenly tribulation that it wasn't their turn yet. Otherwise, there would be billions of worldly immortal cultivators who were clear-headed. Even so, the power contained in Long Quang's fist was divided into billions of parts. There wasn't much left in each part. It was all within the range of the cultivators. However, receiving Long Quang's fist was one thing, but attacking Long Quang's power was another. Whether it was Yang Chen or Gong Sunling, neither of them wished for Long Quang to die. Therefore, when the third primordial spirit mobilized the power of the Mountain River geographical map, it had done a meticulous calculation. Even so, the power of billions of cultivators had shattered all of Long Quang's confidence, along with his body. If not for Yang Chen's timely rescue, the best outcome for Long Quang would have been to return to the state when he was sealed. Gong Sunling's punch had made Long Quang realize that he had only changed into a stronger and more outstanding body. Nothing else had changed. In front of Yang Chen's family, Long Quang didn't have the slightest advantage. Chapter 2260. Just now, Gong Sunling's punch made Long Quang feel fear. When he was sent flying by the punch, he realized that the other party had been too lenient. If she really wanted to take his life, just one punch would be enough. Now, he understood why Yang Chen had such an unbearable expression when he proposed to exchange punches. It turned out that he already knew that this would be the result. It was laughable that he overestimated himself. He was afraid that the other party would not dare to fight him head-on, so he had to make such a laughable suggestion. Now that he thought about it, he was the biggest fool. All of this was because he looked down on human cultivators from a high position. That's why he did not feel any gratitude towards Yang Chen's family. Not only did he suffer abuse, even Ao Lan might be implicated. No wonder Ao Lan never mentioned these things. Originally, Ao Lan also had a proud personality. Her cultivation was much higher than Long Quang's now. However, she did not say much to Yang Chen's family. It turned out that Ao Lan already knew of their strength. That's why she was like this. If he had known earlier, why would he have done such a thing? Long Quang's heart was already filled with vexation. He really did not know how he would explain it to Ao Lan when she returned. What was going on with Yang Chen's family? Every single one of them was so abnormal, especially when their cultivation was not very high. The highest was only a Xian Immortal. Most of them were at the Heaven Immortal realm. How could their combat strength be so unbelievable? Dozens of them were used to fight. If they lost, then so be it. They were just bullying others with numbers. A few of them were still the same. The result did not change. However, now that they had fought a few one-on-one matches, they still lost every single one. Fortunately, Yang Chen's medicinal pills were very effective. The injuries were quickly healed as well. After Yang Chen took out a few stalks of 10,000-year-old ginseng to nourish his body, Long Quang recovered his spirit without resting for too long. "Thank you for showing mercy." After Long Quang was able to speak, the first thing he said to Gong Sunling was to thank her. Long Quang was not a fool. When he completely abandoned his arrogant and condescending character, he acted very obediently and courteously. Gong Sunling waved her hand casually, indicating that he didn't have to worry about it. Originally, everyone taking turns to abuse Kwang Long was already a little bullying. They were bullying him because his mental state cultivation could not keep up with his physical body cultivation, and because he was not used to the strength of a golden immortal. If it wasn't for the fact that he looked down on others, the girls wouldn't have bothered to teach him a lesson. I've asked all of them, except for Madame Gao. Let me ask Madame Gao one last time. Among Yang Chen's women, there was only Gao Yu left that he had yet to experience. Even though he had lost miserably before, Long Quang was still unwilling to miss this opportunity. Yang Chen shrugged his shoulders and made a helpless gesture toward Gao Yu. This guy now seems to be beaten, but he still wants to save face, and must learn the power of Gao Yu. Gao Yu was non-committal. At this point, Gao Yu's victory or defeat was no longer important. Since this fellow wanted to experience it again, then she would let him know how powerful he was. However, Long Quang's next sentence immediately changed Gao Yu's mood. She was determined to teach this fellow a lesson. Yang Chen, your wives and concubines are all stronger than you. Aren't you very sad? Long Quang originally wanted to communicate with Yang Chen because they were in the same boat. However, his words became the trigger for the anger of the girls and also successfully aroused Gao Yu's anger. Long Quang was unable to defeat Aolan, so he thought that all the cultivators in the world were the same as him. As long as their cultivation was not comparable to his girlfriend, they would have the same thoughts and emotions. However, he never thought that since everyone relied on their cultivation to compete, why did Yang Chen's wives and concubines, who were fighting him, all had lower cultivation than him, yet all of them were able to beat him to tears? However, what kind of person was Yang Chen? In the hearts of the girls, the reason why they had their current achievements was all because of their own husband. None of them had any thoughts of fighting with their husband. Normally, the girls hated that they couldn't protect their husband's authority at all times. At this time, Long Quang actually jumped out and said such words. It really made the girls feel indignant. He didn't beat the diligent, he didn't beat the lazy, he only beat the blind. Right now, Long Quang belonged to the blind, and he was extremely blind. Fortunately, the only one standing in front of him was Gao Yu. Otherwise, he would have been 100 times more miserable than what he had just experienced. My flying sword is made from the horns of the water and fire dragons. You have to be careful. Gao Yu's expression darkened. She immediately took out her life treasure and held it in her hand. She said to Long Quang, in addition, whether or not my husband is sad is not something you have the qualifications to judge. This was simply returning Long Quang's words back to Long Quang. Gao Yu's sudden temper made Long Quang feel a little baffled. However, Gao Yu's words of not having the qualifications also caused Long Quang's temper to rise. The previous series of failures had already caused Long Quang to suffer a great blow. He had originally planned to admit defeat, but he was infuriated by Gao Yu. Long Quang once again erupted with his disregard for anything and was determined to teach Gao Yu a deep lesson. In the next moment, he also took out his own life treasure. Long Quang's life treasure was very similar to Gao Yu's. He also used his current dragon horn as a foundation to refine two flying sword. However, because his current physical body was of all 5 elements, his 2 flying swords were also of all 5 elements. The only drawback was that the time was too short, so it was unable to unleash its full power. However, after all, the flying sword was made from the material of the physical body. It was innately easy to control. Compared to the flying sword that was refined using external materials, it was much closer. In addition, his physical body was already at the golden immortal level. The quality of the materials was extremely high, so the might of the flying sword was not small. Under these conditions, an ordinary heaven immortal expert might not be able to compete with Long Quang's 2 life treasure flying sword even if they refined it from the beginning. Gao Yu was only at the heaven immortal level. Refining the dragon horn was a time-consuming and laborious work. Even if Gao Yu refined it for a long time, the flying sword would not be Long Quang's match. This was Long Quang's wishful thinking. He did not realize how powerful Gao Yu was. Of course, this was also Aolan's fault. She was afraid that Long Quang would not be able to control himself in certain aspects, so she did not tell Long Quang the truth. For example, Yang Chen's alchemy was inherited from the three pure Tao Fathers. For example, Gao Yu's refining techniques were also inherited from the three pure Tao Fathers. Aolan's kindness caused Long Quang to become even more arrogant. Even though he was very restrained now, under the urging of his anger, he still did not care and flared up. Using his life treasure was bound to bring about serious injuries. Chapter 2261. Long Quang knew very well that in Yang Chen's heart, Gao Yu was the most important. However, this also gave him another illusion, that is, Gao Yu is not the strongest. This was indeed the case. Yang Chen's family recognized that Zhou Xianying was the strongest, not Gao Yu. Yang Chen's love and respect for Gao Yu was incomparable to any of his other wives and concubines. On this point, not only the women, even outsiders like Aolan, Aolai, and Lin Jingyuan were very clear. Therefore, Long Quang also knew. Because of this, Long Quang felt that Yang Chen would only give Gao Yu the best things, the best cultivation techniques, but would not let her easily take any risk. How powerful could a cultivator who had all kinds of good things but never took risks and never risked his life be? This was Long Quang's first guess about Gao Yu. After seeing Gao Yu's water and fire twin dragon horn flying sword, this guess was put into reality. The two dragon horns were obviously the best things. They could clearly be given to a water attribute expert and a fire attribute expert, but because Gao Yu was Yang Chen's favorite wife, she took up two of them. With this understanding, Long Quang was full of hope that he could win against Yang Chen's wives and concubines. Especially when he realized that Gao Yu was easily angered by his words, it made Long Quang feel that he was lucky. This fully showed that Gao Yu was not good at controlling her emotions. This also meant that Gao Yu, who was at the Heaven Immortal stage, would not have much combat power. In addition, Gao Yu and the other women were so concerned about the seemingly joking words that he and Yang Chen had just said. It seemed that they did not want others to think that way. And Yang Chen's cultivation realm was the lowest in their family. The women might be taking care of their husband's face, but to Long Quang, it was another breakthrough point. Long Quang stood opposite Gao Yu. He still maintained his human form, and like Gao Yu, he held two swords in his hands. The two of them gradually rushed down, cupped their fists at each other, took 2 steps back, and prepared to fight. As soon as the battle began, Gao Yu completely released her aura. The sovereign's qi suddenly covered the entire area. Apart from Yang Chen, Gao Yu, Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan and Sun Qingxue, everyone else felt their cultivation being suppressed. It was because she had been buried together with Gao Yu in the mortal world for 20 years that Gong Sunling, Shi Shanshan, and Sun Qingxue were not suppressed by Gao Yu's sovereign aura. However, they weren't having a good time either. Back when they were in the mortal world, the 3 women had only absorbed the aura of the human emperor. But now, Gao Yu's body was not only releasing the aura of the human emperor, but also the aura of the demon emperor and the immortal emperor that Li Qing had given her. Of course, most importantly, Gao Yu had already absorbed enough of the Queen Mother's aura from her heavenly yuan pill. Although they weren't affected much, the 3 women still felt their cultivation being suppressed. The only 2 people who weren't affected were Gao Yu and Yang Chen. Not to mention Gao Yu, Yang Chen had also benefited from the supreme aura he had absorbed from the Jade Emperor's heavenly yuan pill. He wasn't affected by Gao Yu's aura suppression at all. However, Long Quang, who was standing opposite Gao Yu, was really depressed. He suddenly realized that he couldn't use his full strength in front of Gao Yu for some reason. A dignified golden immortal could only use the strength of a Xian immortal at most. The feeling of suddenly putting on shackles and fighting with others was too uncomfortable. At first, Long Quang didn't realize that this was Gao Yu's ability. He thought that the various failures and setbacks he had accumulated in previous battles had reduced his ability to control his body. This wasn't a good sign. However, Long Quang was also very glad that he discovered this problem when he was fighting Gao Yu, and not when he was fighting Zhou Xianying or Gong Sunling. However, even if he was a Xian Immortal, he was still much higher than Gao Yu's Heaven Immortal cultivation, so he had an absolute advantage. Although Gao Yu was the one who took the initiative to attack, Long Quang still defended well. He even wanted to use a real guiding mentality to teach Gao Yu a lesson, to let her know that the experts of the Dragon Clan weren't just in name. In fact, the person Long Quang really wanted to teach was Yang Chen, but he was now Gao Yu's opponent. Previously, he had been messed up by Yang Chen's series of arrangements, so much so that he had accepted many inexplicable failures. Now that he was facing Gao Yu, Long Quang could be considered to have truly regained some confidence. Gao Yu's fighting style was very traditional. It wasn't the previous way of killing with one blow or falling into an inexplicable illusion or formation. It was a very old-fashioned way of using the life-flying sword to fight back and forth. To a large extent, this method depended on two aspects. One was the strength of the life treasure, and the other was the cultivator's own cultivation. The water and fire dragon horn flying sword flew up and down, colliding with Long Quang's two dragon horn flying swords from time to time, creating bursts of spark. Long Quang finally discovered the power of Gao Yu, that is, the quality of the two life-flying swords was definitely of high quality. If it wasn't for the restrictions of cultivation, the level of these two flying swords would definitely surpass the dragon horn flying sword that he had personally refined. Unfortunately, cultivation had become the only bottleneck that hindered Gao Yu. The battle between the two flying sword became more and more intense, and soon Long Quang realized that something was wrong. His dragon horn flying sword had not been refined for a long time, only a few decades. Although the materials were very high grade, it could not hide the shortcomings of the insufficient sacrificial refining. In the process of fighting with Gao Yu with the flying sword, his life-flying sword had some damage. Although it was only a tiny gap and scar that was almost invisible to the naked eye, this was Long Quang's life treasure. Any slightest defect seemed to cause several times more damage to Long Quang's body. He had inevitably been brought into Gao Yu's rhythm and method. It was too late to change it. Yang Chen saw through Gao Yu's tactics. She didn't want to defeat Long Quang all at once, but she didn't want to let Long Quang have an easy time. Every time the flying sword slashed, she would intentionally or unintentionally control her flying sword to slash at the same part of Long Quang's two flying swords. At first, the power was not great, but Gao Yu was slowly increasing the power of her flying sword. Long Quang noticed that the damage to his life-flying sword was the result of Gao Yu increasing the power, but she had not raised it to the highest level yet. This time, no matter what, he had to give Long Quang an unforgettable lesson. He had to let him know that the husband that he and his sisters shared wasn't someone that any random cat or dog could spit on, even if it was an expert of the Dragon Clan. Chapter 2262. When the gap on Long Quang's flying sword became bigger and bigger, Long Quang had already cursed Gao Yu countless times in his heart. Relying on the sharpness of her flying sword, she disregarded everything and damaged the opponent's life-flying sword. This kind of tactic was too despicable. However, Long Quang had no other choice. After his flying sword began to be damaged, his body was also affected. In addition, his cultivation was suppressed by the Emperor's qi. Even if he wanted to change this situation, he was suddenly powerless. Don't destroy Mr. Long's flying sword. Yang Chen finally started to speak at this time, preventing Gao Yu from further damaging Long Quang's flying sword. Gao Yu was absolutely obedient to Yang Chen's words. The direction of the flying sword changed slightly. It did not slash at the same place as Long Quang's life flying sword, avoiding causing more damage. Although Long Quang's life flying sword had only been refined for a few years, it used his own dragon horn. If anything were to happen, Long Quang would not be able to recover from it with just a few years of recuperation. Yang Chen did not let Gao Yu continue to destroy it because he was giving face to big sister Aolan. He did not want to be too ruthless. Destroying someone else's life flying sword would cause too much resentment. There was no need to do so. Since her husband did not allow her to destroy Long Quang's flying sword, Gao Yu changed her tactics. Destroying Long Quang's life flying sword was the best way to vent her hatred. However, since that was not possible, she had to find another way to vent her hatred. Gao Yu, who was seriously fighting with Long Quang with her flying sword, immediately changed her way of attack and surprised Long Quang as soon as she made her move. Over 100 flying swords suddenly flew out from Gao Yu's body. Each flying sword was a top-notch flying sword of excellent quality. Long Quang was directly surrounded by over 100 flying swords. One person controlling so many flying swords, there would definitely be a problem. Long Quang thought so. However, he had never thought that Gao Yu was not controlled by one person at all. The 100 spirits battle armor on her body simply had over 100 living artifact spirit. Each of them controlled a flying sword, forming a skillful and powerful sword formation that completely surrounded Long Quang. Long Quang, who was in his human form, was struggling to dodge the flying sword that would appear from time to time from a strange direction. He had never thought that a single person could control so many flying swords and not panic at all. Under such circumstances, Long Quang was unable to unleash his strongest power. In the next moment, Long Quang returned to his dragon form. While commanding the flying sword, he thought of Gao Yu flying over. Long Quang's cultivation was severely suppressed. Even though he had regained his dragon form, he was unable to escape the feeling of being unable to use his strength no matter what. This feeling of having the will but not the strength made Long Quang feel dissatisfied. It was a very uncomfortable feeling. After transforming back into his dragon form, it seemed that Long Quang was able to take the initiative a little more. Unfortunately, the time he had to take the initiative was too short. When the sword formation formed by over 100 flying swords continuously stabbed at Long Quang's body, Long Quang had already begun to go crazy. Every flying sword actually had the ability to pierce through Long Quang's skin. How was this possible? One had to know that Long Quang's body was originally an Earth-type dragon puppet. Earth-type dragons were the best at defense. Any one of his dragon scales could withstand at least a Heaven Immortal's attack. He could even use his dragon scales to refine a decent high-grade magic treasure. An ordinary flying sword wouldn't even be able to pierce through the skin of a dragon's scales, let alone pierce through the dragon's scales and injure the dragon's flesh and blood. However, Gao Yu's flying sword did it. Over 100 flying swords, each of them had such sharpness. If not for his tyrannical spiritual energy, Long Quang would have been pierced into a sieve long ago. Now, Long Quang finally realized that his golden immortal level power was still the power of a golden immortal, but it could only be restricted within his body. Once he wanted to attack, he could only use the power of a Xian immortal. This wasn't a problem with himself, but with his opponent's ability to forcefully suppress his opponent's cultivation by a large realm. Thinking of this, Long Quang broke out in a cold sweat. What kind of freaks were Yang Chen's family? Why was it that any random person that jumped out was an unbelievable existence? If he wasn't careful, his body would be pierced by another 3 inches. Although he managed to break free from the flying sword in time, fresh blood still flowed out from the sword wound. The powerful recovery ability of the dragon race naturally wouldn't care about this kind of small injury. However, there was more than one such injury. Right now, Long Quang's body, which was over 1,000 feet long, was covered with thousands of such small wounds. Every 10 feet on Long Quang's body, there were several bloodstains that flowed down. Gao Yu stared at Long Quang's figure. He was in a sorry state under the attack of hundreds of flying swords. Seeing the opportunity, Gao Yu's water dragon horn flying sword directly descended from the sky and accurately stabbed into Long Quang's tail. The flying sword, which had become huge, pierced through Long Quang's body and nailed him firmly to the ground. The intense pain caused Long Quang to let out an extremely miserable scream, which was followed by another scream. After nailing Long Quang's tail, hundreds of flying swords took advantage of this opportunity to directly break through Long Quang's spiritual energy defense and pierced into Long Quang's body. There were more than 100 holes all over his body, and blood was spurting out. The smallest wound was as thick as a person's waist. With just this, Long Quang instantly became a pitiful worm that couldn't fight back. Gao Yu's figure appeared above Long Quang's head. The fire dragon horn flying sword in her hand, which had become huge, directly stabbed into Long Quang's head without thinking. Fortunately, Gao Yu still remembered her husband's words and did not directly stab into the middle. Instead, she avoided Long Quang's head and stabbed into the side of his neck. This sword was equivalent to nailing Long Quang's head firmly into the ground. Yang Chen walked over with an extremely exaggerated expression. Without saying a word, he threw the Lingji mushroom jade pill into Long Quang's mouth. Then, he threw the pills into the holes on Long Quang's body one by one. This was all the result of the 100 spirit battle armor. There was no need for Yang Chen to dig out Long Quang's flesh and just throw it in. All of Gao Yu's flying sword had already been retracted. She stood in front of Long Quang and looked at him with a smile. She cupped her fists and said, "Mr. Long, I couldn't stop for a moment. I'm sorry, please forgive me." Long Quang's eyes were blank, as if he had lost his focus. Right now, he could hardly feel the pain on his body. The battle just now had caused his confidence, which had been boosted with great difficulty, to fall to the bottom again. It turned out that his judgment was wrong. Then, was his judgment of Yang Chen correct or wrong? Chapter 2263. Who would have thought that Gao Yu, who didn't seem to have any fighting strength, would actually be so valiant? At least, Long Quang didn't expect it. At this point, in the battle between Long Quang and Yang Chen's wives and concubines, Yang Chen's family had won. Long Quang didn't win a single match from beginning to end. Every time, he would return in defeat and even be seriously injured. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's pills, Long Quang probably wouldn't even have the strength to open his eyes. Finally, when Long Quang regained his senses, his eyes had a focus and he began to move slowly. Only then did Yang Chen feel relieved. As long as he wasn't beaten to the point of being unable to recover, with Yang Chen around, Long Quang wouldn't be able to die even if he wanted to. Long Quang seemed to have accepted reality. His eyes slowly looked at Gao Yu. Looking at Gao Yu, his eyes were filled with admiration, not indifference like before. To be able to injure Long Quang like this in such an open and above-board battle, even if Long Quang wanted to find a suitable reason, he couldn't find it. To put it bluntly, this guy was a stubborn donkey that didn't want to walk. Gao Yu was able to make all the girls willingly call her big sister. Could it be that it was only because of Yang Chen's favor? The consequences of not being clear for a moment were like this. I'm convinced. When the injuries on his body healed a little, and he was able to stand up and move, Long Quang immediately stood up and transformed into his human form, bowing towards Gao Yu. This time, he was truly convinced. He was utterly convinced for no reason. Watch your mouth. Gao Yu lectured Long Quang as if she was lecturing her third grandson. Sometimes, it will give you a better chance of survival than cultivating to the zenith heaven golden immortal. In front of a woman who was stronger than him, Long Quang didn't say a word of nonsense, even if this woman had pointed at his nose and scolded him. At any time, it was the words of the strong that were useful, and the dragon race was no exception. All right, Mr. Long, you should go back and recuperate first. Yang Chen was afraid that Long Quang would lose face, so he said from the side, "I believe that Mr. Long will definitely improve after a few years of closed-door cultivation." This was not Yang Chen lying to comfort Long Quang. With so many different battle experiences, although Long Quang had lost every battle, losing was also experience. As long as he went into seclusion for a period of time, he would be able to understand all the mistakes he had made in these battles. It was only natural for his cultivation to rise to a higher level. This was especially so for those who had sustained serious injuries in the previous battles. After being treated by Yang Chen's powerful medicinal pills, they had all recovered to normal. However, every time he was injured, it would allow Long Quang's dragon spirit to fuse more closely with his physical body. It would shorten the gap between Long Quang's mental state and true cultivation. This was extremely precious to Long Quang. After so many battles and admitting defeat, his mental state would also improve greatly. At the very least, Long Quang was no longer as overbearing as he was at the beginning. He was well-behaved and spoke amiably. These were all changes that came from the bottom of Aolan's heart. They were not feigned for Aolan. With the improvement of his mental state, his combat prowess would naturally increase as well. It could not be said that losing was a bad thing. At the very least, it was a good thing for Long Quang. Otherwise, given his character, if he met a strong opponent in that kind of situation, it would not be a matter of being taught a lesson. Instead, it would be a matter of whether he could survive or not. The physical body of the dragon race was a good material that many cultivators coveted. Aside from Yang Chen's family, no expert would let it go easily. Now that Yang Chen had achieved his goal of teaching Long Quang a lesson, he did not want to kill him off. It was better to let Long Quang enter seclusion and reflect on himself. When Aolan returned, he would definitely see a brand new Long Quang. It might even be a pleasant surprise. "I want to challenge you." However, Long Quang acted as though he did not hear anything. He looked straight at Yang Chen and suddenly said, "I have already challenged all your wives. You are the only one left. I want to challenge you." "Shut up. How dare you?" Before Yang Chen could reply, Long Quang was scolded by a group of women. This fellow did not change his nature. He actually dared to challenge his husband. He really did not know how the word death was written. None of the women had a good expression on their faces. They were all glaring at him. "I want to challenge you." Long Quang turned a blind eye to the angry glares of the women. He kept looking at Yang Chen, waiting for Yang Chen to agree. This fellow's stubbornness was acting up again. He had already challenged Yang Chen's family. Only Yang Chen was left. If he did not take this opportunity to challenge him, he would not be able to feel at ease even if he went into seclusion. "Challenge me? Challenge what?" Yang Chen rolled his eyes and asked Long Quang in an extremely displeased manner. "Alchemy? I'll let you have both my hands and feet." Poochie. Yang Chen was absolutely confident in his alchemy. When he replied, his domineering aura overflowed, causing the women who were glaring at Long Quang to laugh uncontrollably. If he really wanted to compete with her husband in alchemy, it would be as her husband had said. Long Quang would not be a match for him even if he gave him both his hands and feet. Her husband's reply was really bullying. Long Quang was also choked. His face flushed red. For a moment, he didn't even know what to say. He was very clear about his own level. If they were to compete in alchemy, he would not be a match for Yang Chen even if he gave him both his hands and feet. But that wasn't what he meant. He wanted to compete in battle. On second thought, Long Quang also felt embarrassed. Yang Chen's profession to the outside world was an alchemist. He, a dignified golden immortal expert of the Dragon Clan, fighting with Yang Chen, a human celestial immortal alchemist, was really not enough to make him lose face. If such a challenge were to spread, Long Quang would not be able to see anyone again. At this moment, a thought suddenly appeared in Long Quang's mind, causing him to be overjoyed. Don't compete in alchemy, compete in fire control. Long Quang quickly said, Aren't you a alchemist? I believe your level of fire control is definitely not bad. Let's compete in fire control. This is not fair. Yang Chen shook his head. This body of mine is not the original fire dragon body, so the starting point of fire control is the same as an ordinary cultivator. Long Quang didn't care what Yang Chen said. He was determined to compete with Yang Chen in fire control technique. What Long Quang said was the truth. His body was originally of the earth attribute. Although the postnatal 5-element spirit root was full value, he didn't even have an innate fire seed at the beginning. He still had to find Aolai to get the purple sun dragonfire's fire seed. This way, he wouldn't be relying on the fire dragon's talent to bully others. Strictly speaking, the starting point was about the same. I mean, this is unfair to you. Yang Chen really rolled his eyes this time. Didn't this guy have any eyesight? Didn't he have the ability to read between the lines of other people's words? Competing in fire control with a cultivator with the yin-yang heaven-burning fire was no longer a matter of fairness. This was a matter of whether or not his brain was enough. Yang Chen didn't want to be known as a bully. Chapter 2264. Long Quang was determined to compete with Yang Chen. He only understood later that Gao Yu's outburst was because he and Yang Chen had said that they were in the same boat, which angered Gao Yu. It should be because Gao Yu felt that Long Quang's words had hurt her husband Yang Chen's self-esteem, which was why she was so angry. Long Quang was not an idiot, he had also thought about it. If someone were to say such things about Long Quang in front of Aolan, Aolan would probably be just as angry. Perhaps the other party's fate would not be much better than Long Quang's. However, this also meant that Yang Chen's cultivation was the lowest in Yang Chen's family, just as he had expected. After guessing this fact, Long Quang couldn't help but think of a way to get back at Yang Chen. Why was it always Yang Chen's wives and concubines who came out at the beginning? Furthermore, each one of them was more powerful than the last. It was probably to beat him to the point where he completely lost the courage to challenge Yang Chen. This was also a very brilliant strategy. It almost worked because after fighting with Zhou Xianying once, he almost lost his courage. If it wasn't for Yang Chen's superfluous decision to have Gao Yu and Gong Sunling take action, he wouldn't have been able to figure this out. Even if he was abused by Yang Chen's wives and concubines, as long as he could get back at Yang Chen, his wives and concubines would still not be able to raise their heads in front of him. This was Long Quang's confidence. If Yang Chen's wives and concubines still wanted to show off in front of Long Quang, it would be like slapping their own husband's face. Therefore, no matter what Yang Chen said, Long Quang still had to challenge Yang Chen. He would never give up. Even if Yang Chen said that it was unfair to him, he didn't care. As long as he could win, everything would be worth it. Even if it was really unfair to him, if he still won in such an unfair situation, wouldn't that be even more glorious? Actually, we can use a simple method to determine the victor. Yang Chen felt a headache when he saw that Long Quang, this stubborn fellow, was determined to fight him no matter what. If his wives and concubines bullied Long Quang, Yang Chen would still be able to account to Aolan. However, if he were to personally make a move, Big Sister Aolan would definitely not be happy. What's the competition? Long Quang asked curiously. No matter what the competition was, it was fine as long as Yang Chen agreed to compete. How about we compete to see who has more wives? Yang Chen said half jokingly and half seriously, intentionally angering Long Quang. This guy had always felt that his cultivation was inferior to his own woman, so he was sure that he couldn't beat his own woman. However, he had married so many women with higher cultivation than him. From this point, he had suppressed Long Quang to the point that he couldn't even raise his head. Long Quang was indeed angered. Not to mention that Long Quang was deeply in love with Aolan, just the way Yang Chen said it had a hint of flaunting. Long Quang, who had always felt inferior in front of Aolan, felt abnormally angry. What he wanted was a battle, not this kind of naked flaunting. One match is not enough. I want to challenge you in all aspects. Long Quang did not give Yang Chen any face and said directly, "First, we will compete in fire control, then we will compete in magic treasures, then we will compete in strength, and then we will compete in combat. In short, we will compete in everything related to cultivation." Yang Chen looked at Long Quang's crazy look in astonishment. He wondered if he could teach Long Quang a deep enough lesson. Would he be able to completely change his arrogance? It must be known that it was easy to change mountains and rivers, but it was hard to change one's nature. Could it be that this fellow knew that his nature was arrogant, so he named himself Long Quang? However, the girls were no longer angry. They were only happy to watch the show. Their husband had not fought for so many years. It was rare for Long Quang to take the initiative to jump out and look for trouble. Before Yang Chen could agree, a purple flame had already ignited on Long Quang's body. That was Long Quang's origin true fire, the purple sun dragon fire, a fire seed of the spirit world. Its grade was close to the pure Yang true fire and the pure Yin true fire. The girls were the least worried about things like fire control. In the past, many people who wanted to challenge their husband were burned to death by his own fire seed. Even Ao Lai, a true royal member of the dragon race, did not dare to say how outstanding his fire control was in front of Yang Chen. Long Quang jumping out was definitely a show for everyone. Long Quang did not know what the girls were thinking. Seeing that Yang Chen was still standing there in a daze, as though he was not on guard against his own flames, he immediately became angry. Could it be that his origin fire seed was not even qualified to let Yang Chen take a look at it? He knew that Yang Chen's fire control was outstanding and that the fire control technique of a grade 8 alchemist was definitely the best in the spirit world. However, Long Quang was still unconvinced and wanted to compete. Seeing that Yang Chen was in a daze, Long Quang no longer hesitated and shouted at Yang Chen. Then, the flames that filled the sky surrounded Yang Chen. However, Long Quang was still rather restrained. He left Yang Chen with a radius of 10 feet around him, allowing him the opportunity to release his fire seed. In the next moment, Long Quang was a little surprised. Yang Chen's body was completely surrounded by the same purple sun dragon fire, leaving no gap at all. However, Long Quang was very clear about the range of the flames he controlled. It clearly did not burn Yang Chen's body? That's right, Yang Chen also has the purple sun dragon fire. Aolan had told Long Quang before that Yang Chen was able to control many types of fire seed. Especially when refining the limb regeneration pill, he was able to control more than 10 types of fire seeds at once. This was not strange. However, Yang Chen did not use his own true life flame. Instead, he took out a fire seed that was exactly the same as his to deal with his attack. He did not put him in his eyes at all. Long Quang was enraged and the flames immediately swept up. They were all the same fire seeds and they instantly fused together, becoming indistinguishable from each other. The competition between everyone was no longer a competition between the levels of the fire seeds but a competition of control. Long Quang had already used all his strength, but his control of the purple sun dragon fire was unable to break through the radius of 10 feet around Yang Chen. This was naturally because he was far away from Yang Chen. However, he was a fire dragon, yet he was fighting with a human cultivator like this. He was truly dissatisfied. If it was simply based on the range of control, Yang Chen had already lost. He only controlled the purple sun dragon fire around him, but Long Quang controlled a radius of nearly 100 feet. The level of fire resistance could be seen at a glance. Long Quang was about to proudly announce his victory, but in the blink of an eye, he saw the interested expressions of the girls. It was obvious that they did not look like they had seen their husband lose. Could it be that there was something else going on? Just as Long Quang was hesitating, he suddenly sensed a change in his origin fire seed. The purple sun dragon fire around him actually started to become hotter and hotter, as though it was getting out of his control. Just as he noticed this, with a boom, a large amount of purple flames suddenly rose up around Long Quang's body, wrapping around his body.